Hello. Okay, now it's now now it should be working. It's always something, man. It is always something, I swear. Is it working now? I think it is. Hello everyone. How's everyone doing on this fine day? So yeah, I just thought I saw it was Lenin's birthday, and I'm just stuck at home today, and so I figured, hey, I'll do a USSR stream. And what better? What is Lenin known for more than anything else? Okay, well maybe not more than anything else, but one of the things he's most known for is his polemics, his responses to insults towards him and towards the USSR and that kind of thing. So I figured why not do what Lenin did so well in his honor and have a learning about the USSR and defend the USSR stream. So yeah. We don't have too many viewers. Usually there's about 15 to 20 people in here by the time I start, but that's alright. That's okay if we don't have too many people. I think I usually don't stream on the weekend. Maybe that's why. I don't know. That's alright though. Or actually I think I usually stream later. That might be why too. This yeah, there. It's kind of hard to see the text against the white of my bed. But yeah, we're gonna talk about the USSR today. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know. Send it my way. Yeah, I didn't prepare too many videos or anything, but I do have some stuff. Hello, East Germany. Hello, Jacob. Hello, Studio Ghibli. Command Genius. Delhi. Kami Creeper. Hello, everyone. All right. Let's see. I just want to give it a couple more minutes, see if anyone else is going to come in. Maybe 1 minute. Let me check something. I've also recently contacted some scientists, and they actually have concocted a formula to bring Lenin back to life through science. So I've created a but they need money is the problem. So They need funding. So if you want to bring Lenin back to life through science, if you want to try that, then feel free to donate. and bring Lenin back to life through science. Oh my god. Anyways. $100% authentic. If you get to $100 or $150, he will come back to life. I just got to give the money to the scientists, and he's revived. Very important stuff. So if you can, if you can throw some biddies or whatever, some money these scientists' way, they'd really appreciate it. Is my volume good, by the way? Should it be louder? Is it all right? But yes, it's very urgent, so please donate. It has to happen by the end of the day too, because they have to do it on his birthday. You can only revive him back to life on his birthday. Not if it's not on his birthday, it won't work. So they'll have to wait a whole another year for Lenin to be revived. I'm fine, but ever you pay for Revalive of Lenin? I'm sorry, I don't know what you're trying to say. Did you hear that Stalin tried to create an army of ape man to destroy the world? Yes. Are you serious about bringing him back to life? Obviously. That's why I have the Lenin Fund down there. What do you think? How do I donate? That's that's something I should probably know. I don't even know. I don't even know how you donate. Well, actually, I mean, there's a link in the description of my videos that has like the tip jar. I think that's how you donate, honestly. Oh, I haven't put the link in the description of my videos. Oh my god. Please tell me I will actually donate 150 to revive Lenin if you're being serious. I'm being serious. That's what the fund says. How do I send a link of a video to you? I've tried leaving one on the YouTube chat and it doesn't seem to be shown. Yeah, I think that's because I think it auto denies links being put in the chat because people, to prevent people posting like weird shit in there or spam shit or whatever. So you can just tell me. Oh wait. We need to revive Lenin. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, let me bring up the link for donations. This should be it. This is the Revive Lenin Back to Life Fund. Oh my god. I'm genuinely getting such a kick out of this right now. Actually, Yes, US dollars. Lenin's body is in Russia. Yeah, yeah, the scientists are in Russia also. Yes, it's in US dollars. I've been trying to find a way to revive Lenin, Stalin, and Mao. Glad someone did it. Yeah, I haven't. I don't know if the scientists plan to revive Stalin or Mao yet. I think that might be a little harder. I don't think they're they're as preserved as Lenin or Mao is. So I think it might be harder to revive them, because I think they're probably just a bunch of bones 6 feet under. Alright, well, I've been trying to find the freaking, thing, but whatever. Alright, anyways. Mao's in Tiananmen Square. Is his body preserved, though? That's the question. Is his body actually still in a state of preservation? Or is he just like a bunch of mush under the ground? That's a big, different distinction. The video I'm trying to link is a video called The Socialism of National Socialism, called by Razorfist. Yeah, you mentioned that last time. That stuff is just like so dumb. Like, I don't think anyone here really needs to watch something like that, because that stuff is so, like, bizarre and just, like, completely, like, you know, ahistorical and ridiculous that it, it's like, do I need to watch something like that? That would only be about laughing at it. That wouldn't be about actually, like, debunking anything or adding anything, but maybe someday. I don't know. I know Finnish Bolshevik does a really good video on reacting to that stuff from Tick History. This Tick History guy has like quadrupled down on just like pretending that the Hitler was a socialist. Oh my god, it's amazing. And he freaking he fills his videos with all these citations, but it's just the perfect example of how some people will just cite a bunch of shit that's like just complete nonsense. What do you generally think about building mausoleums? Yeah, I don't, I think it's a little stupid. I don't think it's, I don't know. I mean, it's a complicated question, but like, I guess, I think Lenin had such importance to the country, you know, and he was so pivotal that you can, like, I guess sort of understand it. You know, same with Mao. So I don't know. I'm kind of like mixed on it. It's not like a terrible thing either way, I guess, in my opinion. It's like, you know, whatever. So Mao's body is preserved. Okay, I didn't know that. I had no clue about that. Oh shit, hold on. I gotta copy the donation goal. There we go. Bringing Lenin back to life through science fund. It's true. I can only pay $100. I need someone else to donate 50. I will. The scientists will take anything. Will take anything you can offer. Yeah, that's interesting that Mao's body was preserved too. I didn't know that. I had no clue. Have you seen Praxben? They made a video debunking Hakim. Well, I'm sure they didn't make a video debunking Hakim. They probably made a video thinking they debunked Hakim. But yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, debunking in quotes. Yeah. Yeah, I cited references, so it must be true. Anyways, I found this funny Twitter exchange to start on a lighter note of this guy who's like acting like super indignant about the idea of Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, getting like some preferential treatment by the state. So he gets 15,000 rubles in cash, a car, a television, a washing machine, a refrigerator, a vacuum cleaner, a piano, bedding, and 2 blankets. But wait, there was more. His parents were also given a house. He was given 2 clothing. Free clothing, 2 coats, an overcoat, 2 suits, 2 pairs of shoes, 6 shirts, 2 hats, 6 pairs of socks, 6 sets of underwear, underpants and undershirts, and 12 exclamation point handkerchiefs. Nor was Gagarin's wife overlooked, obtaining coats, dresses, pantyhose. Anyways, it's just so funny. It's just like Yuri Gagarin. Like, of course he's gonna get rewarded for what he did. He was the first guy to go into space. Like, that's a big, impressive achievement. Like, of course he was gonna be rewarded. So it just shows like how these people are just like so desperate to, you know, make the USSR look bad in every way they can. Make that a little smaller. And then someone posted about how in their book they wrote about how in the communist utopia created by the apparatchiks, every rung of the ladder had its own special privileges and rewards. Instructors had the right to a new fur hat once every 2 years, while secretaries and drivers were limited to one every 3 years. Oh my god, dude. Like, imagine just actually looking at like America as it is today and like the fact that we have like a few billionaires running everything compared to this. It's like when a bureaucrat reached the rank of deputy head of department, he was allocated a portrait of Marx instead of Lenin. Heads of department had large portraits of both Marx and Lenin on their walls. And then there was the question of how tea was served. A lower-ranking official was served tea on a plain tray, but once he reached the rank of chief of sector, the tray suddenly sprouted a napkin. Oh man, incredible. So yeah, I guess we learned something about the USSR there, that they give hats and napkins. And so yeah, I wanted to check out one of these videos for a while. This was like made right after Gorbachev died. Um, and it's very funny. They were released like one day apart, and they have extremely similar like titles. So I know one of them clearly stole the title from the other. So it's very funny. This guy totally sucks. Vlad Vexler. He's terrible. And similar with this person, NFKRZ, they're like a Russian liberal who doesn't like Russia, who like talks shit about Russia as it is today, which, you know, fair, Russia today is not great. But he also talks shit about the USSR. So he's like the American's favorite kind of person, like an anti-Russian Russian, basically. So he's very popular because of that. Well, it's different. The billionaires worked hard. Yeah, it's just incredible that like the best they can come up with is they got a portrait of Marx instead of Lenin, and the higher up people got Marx and Lenin, and also the higher up people got a napkin with their tea. It's like, what the hell is going on? It's like, have you looked at America and Elon Musk and all these like incredible billionaires? Like, holy crap. He used to be a Leafy clone. He's a libertarian. Oh, okay. I thought he was more of a liberal, but I didn't know too much about him, so. Who loves Jansen? Who's Jansen? Yeah, the higher ups here get like literally everything. They're just absolutely like, you know, hyper rich. He used to be a reactionary, but now he's a lib. And he's a libertarian that loves Yeltsin. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see by this video, which I haven't watched. I think he's in Georgia. Oh, is he from Georgia, or does he just live in Georgia now? Anyways, whatever. Anyways, let's go through the pain of this video. Yeah, I think this video is like sucking up to Gorbachev, so he might be a sock dem.
A few days ago, as I'm recording this video, we have lost a very pivotal and a very important political and historical figure of the 20th century. On the 30th of August 2022, we lost the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev. A very controversial figure who everybody seems to have a different opinion of, and regardless what you think of him, he definitely is a person that left an impact not only on Russia and the Soviet Union obviously, but also on the history of the world as a whole. And I personally think, in a historical perspective, Mikhail Gorbachev is a political figure that is actually super unique and super polarizing, because it seems that the West collectively has a lot of praise for Gorbachev, whereas people from the ex-Soviet countries, especially Russians, have a very negative opinion of him. Hello Blazers, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian. Hi guys, doing today? Welcome to a brand new video, and in today's video guys, I want to talk about Mikhail Gorbachev and compare the perception of Gorbachev in the West and in the East, and also discuss why Russians, especially Russian boomers, hate Gorbachev so much, with some of my own opinions and also with some of my own experience as well. I want to start off by saying that my own opinion of Gorbachev is very conflicted. Honestly, regarding his worldviews, his values and his principles, I feel like Gorbachev is one of the best, if not the best, Soviet leaders the Soviet Union has ever gotten. But as
Okay, dude. Sure. Sure. I mean, Gorbachev basically is a complete sockdem. He always was, and he was until he died. More like a left liberal sockdem or whatever. He could have been worse. He wasn't as bad as Yeltsin in his worldview, but that doesn't change the fact that Gorbachev directly and single-handedly through his actions basically caused like more human suffering and more pain and destruction than almost any other human being of the 20th century, because he very directly, it was his actions and his choices in many ways which very directly led to the fall of the Soviet Union, which not only destroyed the lives of the people who live in the Soviet Union, but all of these states around the world collapsed, these Marxist-Leninist states, and became neoliberal capital, neoliberalized through the IMF and just destroyed. And even the countries that survived, like Cuba and Vietnam and all these countries, they still had horrible periods of famine.
As a leader, as a strategist, as a manager, he was a complete and utter failure. And also, a lot of people like to claim that Gorbachev was one of the only Soviet leaders who was not bloody. He didn't shed any blood. He let Germany reunify and everything. That's why people in Germany like him a lot. But during Gorbachev's reign, there have been very, very dark pages of history where blood was shed. Let's take, for example, Georgia, the country that I live in right now. On the 9th of April of 1989, the Red Army moved into Tbilisi and crushed an oppositional demonstration by the order of Gorbachev, in which 21 people died and 290 got injured. And a similar situation has happened in multiple other post-Soviet countries, for example, in Lithuania, in Latvia, in Azerbaijan. And also you could argue that a lot of the ethnic conflicts that propped up as a result of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, which was the result of Gorbachev's entire reign, pretty much, that they also were basically Gorbachev's fault, which is actually something I don't really agree with, and I want to discuss it a bit later in this video. Now, I don't want to dive into the history.
No, it 100% was Gorbachev's fault. Like 100%, without a doubt, it was fucking Gorbachev's fault. He allowed free speech and free press to all of these capitalist reactionaries who fomented all of these ethnic divisions and nationalist, ultranationalist divisions, which led to basically the USSR, just like all of these conflicts. He caused that.
Events too much, so let me give you an abrupt story of Gorbachev and the dissolution of the USSR in my view. So the Soviet leader that was for a while in power before Gorbachev was Leonid Brezhnev, and his rule in general is known in the Soviet Union as the era of stagnation. It was pretty much an era in which the Soviet economy wasn't doing that great. It became way more dependent on oil, but production and industry were in a decent condition. There was a decent enough supply of food products. If you talk to an average Russian today who's over 55, 60 years old, they will tell you that Brezhnev's times were great and they lived a good life. Nothing bad was really going on. Every country lived in peace. All the republics.
Yeah, I mean, the era of stagnation is seen as like derided by a lot of people, but you didn't have the boom and bust cycle that you have in capitalism, where the economy explodes upwards, and free market unregulated capitalism leads to, whatever the crisis might be, whatever way people are legally and, making money and playing the market, and then eventually, shit just fucking free fall collapses over and over and over again, up and down, every, decade or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, the USSR was not growing at a crazy rate, but it was not having these huge collapses, Things were stable.
So the Soviet Union lived in peace. And yeah, a lot of the boomers don't even mention the Afghanistan war either. They don't remember it that well, even though I think it was one of the things that sort of led to the dissolution of the USSR. When Gorbachev came into power, he decided to kickstart a whole new process called perestroika, which means the rebuilding. And the overall idea of the reform of the program was to democratize and to liberalize the economy of the Soviet Union to make it more of a market economy, sort of like what Deng Xiaoping did in China. Part of the perestroika was also a movement to rekindle relationships relationships with the Western nations, the United States, Europe, and also another very important point was to democratize the society, to allow free speech in the Soviet Union, to ban censorship. This policy was called glasnost, which also became a word that crossed over into English.
Yo, I'm the host with the most glasnost. Assholes made a mess and the war got cold.
Now, I'm not gonna tell you guys everything that happened during the perestroika, because it's like too much, and it warrants its own video, to be honest. But long story short, I guess you could say that perestroika did two things. First of all, yes, it did greatly improve the free speech and remove the censorship in the Soviet Union, although it still existed in some regards. I mean, you know, talking about the Chernobyl disaster, for example, and the KGB was still looking over activists and stuff like that. But still, unironically, I feel like probably during that time, in 1989 or something, there was more free speech in the Soviet Union than there is in Russia in 2022, so... Although, don't take my word for it, I wouldn't know. I didn't live in 1989, obviously. And I don't come from a dynasty of dissidents or something, so my parents were just regular workers, so I guess their life didn't change much. And yeah, I wouldn't say the Soviet Union became a country with free speech, like completely unchallenged by anything, but still, just the fact that the effort was done and that Gorbachev went the length to actually do it speaks a lot of...
And Gorbachev doing that had horrible fucking consequences. If there's any like indicator of like why Marxist-Leninist countries have like at least some limit on, you know, letting fascists talk, the USSR is the best example of why there are these limits, of why you do not just uncritically just let people say whatever they want, you know. There's a good fucking reason. I could honestly make a video about that.
About his character and how he was wildly different from a lot of the other Soviet leaders of the past. However, the consequences of perestroika for the economy and also for the overall climate in the Soviet Union was terrible. Essentially, Gorbachev's plan to create a market economy failed. They gave people the ability to open businesses, for example, because in the Soviet Union before Gorbachev, if you tried to open a business, you would go to jail for stealing the socialist workers' property or something, essentially stealing the government's shit. But trying to merge a market economy with a planned communist economy didn't work, and the country was in terrible deficit. If you've seen those pictures of the USSR where, you know, there's people walking around and there's like empty shelves, like nothing on them, that is actually Gorbachev times. The entirety of the Soviet Union was going into terrible debt, the Soviet ruble was plunging down. In 1991, for example, the growth of the Soviet economy was negative 11%, so this was no dangest miracle at all. But what happened is that the social climate in the Soviet Union actually got way worse, because the lack of regulation, the loosening of government control of certain regions, and overall the country doing terribly, led to people in a lot of the Soviet republics thinking, hey, maybe we should just leave. And this led not only to the crushing of the dissent that I mentioned earlier in countries like Georgia, Lithuania, etc., but also this lack of regulation has led to the reappearance of many ethnic conflicts that the Soviet Union has been keeping it low by, you know, controlling it. The Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, Armenia and Azerbaijan, Georgia and Abkhazia,
Imagine controlling ethnic conflicts, am I right, guys? Can you imagine the authoritarianism of preventing of preventing two ethnicities from murdering each other? Oh man, can you believe that? None of these liberals ever mention how interesting it is that after the USSR was founded, for, you know, 60, 70 years, 75 years, there was no genocides. There all of these mixing pot of cultures and all these tensions. There was no real ethnic conflicts for any of those 70 years. And this is very much because if anywhere the USSR innovated, it was in its ethnic policies and its policy of, rather than you know, the Russians Russifying everything. It's so funny that people always talk about Russification, when in actuality, the USSR implemented many different measures to prevent Russification in a way that basically no country has ever done before or since. Yeah, so it's very silly. And yeah. I mean, just watch my Innovations of the USSR video. My Innovations of the USSR video talks about this, and the the Korensatzia policy, like all of these different things they implemented to help prevent racial tension. Because this is one of the things that Lenin was really concerned about, was peace between different ethnicities. Because, he talks about in this famous speech about anti-Semitism, he talks about how anti-Semitism is a distraction from class war. Anti-Semitism is just a distraction. All of these ethnic conflicts are distractions from capitalism and the real enemy, which are capitalists.
Georgia and South Ossetia, Moldova and Transnistria. I'm probably forgetting some that are massively important, but a lot of these happens after the Soviet Union technically fell and Gorbachev was not in power anymore, but these are events that did start during the perestroika. And all these ethnic conflicts and a terrible state of the economy then has led to every single post-Soviet republic country going through some terrible times. I mean, the 90s...
Yeah, so it's interesting. He's not going to say it. He's not going to explain. He's not going to go into why actually specifically these ethnic conflicts happened. He's not going to say that, because then if he talks about that, he would have to admit or say that restrictions on free speech, restrictions on fascists saying, that Bulgarians are going to rape your children and your wife, or that Moldavians are pig rats who are the reason that your life is so shit. The USSR making it so people can't say those things is what prevented ethnic contentions. But he can't say that. He can't bring that up.
For most of these post-Soviet countries have been absolutely awful. Rampant crime and gang warfare on the streets, gangs literally controlling entire countries, the omnipresent poverty, which in some places led to famine, several wars and ethnic conflicts. I mean, for pretty much everybody in the post-Soviet countries, Gorbachev's rule and as a result the entire dissolution of the Soviet Union has been a terrible tragedy that ruined millions of lives. And obviously a lot of people in the ex-Soviet countries have a very, very negative opinion of Gorbachev. However, Gorbachev's influence in the West has seemed to be sort of positive. There was a huge disarmament movement and the Soviet Union actually removed a lot of its nukes from Europe. The reunification of Germany. And I guess you could argue that Gorbachev did not shed blood in a lot of the European countries that also did.
What is so great about the reunification of Germany? Like that's such an arbitrary designation. Germany came back together, okay? So now we just have capitalist imperialist Germany. East Germany was, in many ways far better than West Germany. Oh man.
Decided to break away from the socialist influence. So for example, you have Czech Republic, they had the Velvet Revolution. Technically the Soviet Union could have been like, yeah, let's send tanks to Prague, etc, etc, etc. And also Gorbachev had decent relations with the United States and he gave the Soviet people McDonald's. So for the collective West, Gorbachev is a very positive figure, and just the headlines that have been published.
I love how he's both sidesing this. He's both sidesing this. He's like, yes, Gorbachev caused the demographic collapse of the lives of hundreds of millions of people. Countless socialist countries around the world collapsed or suffered greatly. Communist resistance movements were no longer able to have arms to fight back. America, or the USSR prevented America from doing a lot of imperialism, but he gave people McDonald's, and Germany came back together, and and Americans like him. Oh my god, dude, this guy calls himself a sockdem. Actually, that kind of makes sense. I think this guy's just a liberal at best, not even a sockdem. There were mass famines, but at least he gave us Big Macs. Yeah. America would collapse if there was just a famine of Big Macs. Not even just a famine of food. Just if there weren't Big Macs alone, America would collapse in a week. Gorbachev's legacy. Russia's GDP fell by 40%. Salaries were cut by half. Poverty, 2 million to 72 million. At least 500 people are now kidnapped by 500,000 people are now kidnapped by human sex traffickers. Yeah, very mixed legacy. He did a lot of good and a lot of bad, you know. Very mixed legacy. Jesus Christ, Lord Almighty. Yes, the whole population was dying. There was an HIV epidemic. Gangs took control. But we have Pizza Hut and McDonald's. And that's literally like all the world ever got from the collapse of the USSR. Like that's like it. There's nothing else.
When he passed away prove it, because the majority of the European newspapers, American outlets and everything, they paint Gorbachev as a very, influential figure who not only gave his country freedom but also gave freedom to the world. But nevertheless, regardless of anybody's opinion, Gorbachev has...
And he's just gonna say that. He's just gonna uncritically say that, not analyze that at all. Oh my god, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. Need some tincture. Oh, that was a lot. Oh, whatever. Just CBD, that's all.
Has been super influential in the history of the world. I want to show you this clip as well from an interview with a Russian oppositional politician.
Внутри себя я думаю, что Путин относится к Горбачеву с ненавистью. Но Горбачев стал вершителем судеб мира в силу того, что не захотел пролить кровь. Горбачев – это политик жизни. Он страшно ошибался. Он был наивным. Он не был готов к той махине, которую он сам сдвинул с места. Он не понимал, как реформировать эту огромную страну. Он заблуждался, он принимал противоречивые решения.
Ну, кровь пролилась.
Пролилась, потому что он не отдавал себе отчет тому, что он стронул с места. Горбачев уже сейчас, он великий политик. Путин хочет быть великим политиком, более великим. Он...
Gorbachev was a great politician. Oh my god. He is the worst politician of all time. He is like, if you think of a bad politician, like the one guy that comes to mind is Gorbachev.
Он хочет всемирной славы, самую большую всемирную славу из политиков конца советского периода и постсоветского периода. Все равно получил Горбачев.
What a psychopath. Why do you think Gorbachev is praised? And where? Not in Russia. Not in the former USSR, the former Soviet republics. I do like Roman, and despite his takes, we should absolutely be supportive of his situation. Who's Roman? Is that NFKRZ? Did he leave Russia because they tried to arrest him or something? Yeah. Yeah, no, that sucks. I disagree with capitalist states suppressing anyone's free speech. Well, no. I mean, I'm happy for fascists to have their free speech suppressed, but Libs love to judge people by abstract or hard to quantify metrics, like freedom or markets when people are out here starving. Yeah, true.
Лишившийся власти, отказавшийся от власти. Дело в том, что все вышли из шинели Горбачева. Все политики и лично Путин вышли из шинели Горбачева. Сам Путин – это политический ребенок Горбачева. Он всех освободил, он всем предоставил возможность показать себя, какие они есть. Свою слабость, свою силу, свою честность, свою подлость. Горбачев создал пространство свободы. Это нетерпимо для Путина, это неприемлемо. Но Путин родился в этом пространстве.
So let's talk about this.
So lame, dude. What the fuck? It's all great man theory. It's all just like Putin, evil, crazy man. I mean, he is evil. He is objectively evil. But like, and Putin fucking loves Gorbachev, man. Gorbachev gave rise to Putin. Like, Putin is a complete anti-communist. Close friends with Alexander Solzhenitsyn. You know, he's actively participated in decommunization, except when it comes to like glorifying World War II. Other than that, he's like actively helped decommunization. He's a total right-wing capitalist. So he loves Gorbachev.
Why do people from ex-Soviet countries, and especially Russians, and I want to talk about this more obviously because I'm Russian myself, why do they hate Gorbachev so much? Honestly, I would say it's because Gorbachev is associated with a very negative time in millions of people's lives. The 90s were a very hard time for Russia and for the other post-Soviet countries. People went through a lot of shit, and they think that Gorbachev is the reason it all started. And just from my experience, every single time like I was with my family or something, ever since I was a kid, I remember this, whenever there's like a political talk, political discussion that your family has. My family, especially the older generations, there was like, yeah, fuck that motherfucker Gorbachev. He sold us out to the West. He ruined the country. He ruined all of our lives. He destroyed the USSR. And for what? For some fucking Snickers and Coca-Cola and McDonald's. He gave our entire country away. And he made our lives shitty. And honestly, I think it's a bit of a reductive take and it puts too much blame on Gorbachev as one person. But here's the thing. I do get where they're coming from their point of view. Let me elaborate. So first of all, about them putting too much blame on Gorbachev. The thing is, Gorbachev didn't single-handedly destroy the USSR in like 6-7 years or something. He inherited a country and a system that was already completely fallen apart. It was corrupt. It was unsustainable. And the planet itself was like not good. All these ethnic conflicts over borders and land that propped up, you know, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Abkhazia, Transnistria, Moldova, etc. These borders were not put in place by Gorbachev. These countries, these regions were not planned out and crossed on the map by Gorbachev. It was done by people decades and decades before that, and that shit has been brewing for decades and years and years and years and years. And then,
dude, this guy's he's not gonna say that the reason these things happened was because Gorbachev let this happen. It is Gorbachev's fault. Now this guy has gone into just like straight up lying about shit and just making shit up and being completely ahistorical. Gorbachev caused it. Gorbachev caused everything. The USSR was not going to collapse. The USSR was not going to just spontaneously explode because socialism is unsustainable or whatever. That's just not true. Plenty of scholars have written about this. The economy, yes, was not great. There were plenty of issues. But, yeah, he's not really lying. More like uneducated. Sure, maybe. But it's just the USSR was not going to collapse. That's the lie that's always told. Because it's like, oh, socialism is destined to collapse. No, it wasn't. Gorbachev like ignored so many signs that things were not going well with what his reforms. There were so many signs that things were bad, that this was not a good move, that was not a good choice, that it was creating like issues and shit. And Gorbachev just kept chugging along. He just kept going and going and going and making things worse.
Then he just slightly loosened his grip on that and it all came crashing the fuck down because it was always there. A lot of Russians like to say that the Soviet Union during like Brezhnev times, for example, the Soviet Union was a country where every nation, everybody lived in peace, everybody loved each other, everybody was friends, etc. But then Gorbachev came and destroyed it all and everybody became enemies. That's absolutely not the case. I think the people who lived in Russia in the Soviet Union, they just don't know shit, quite honestly. The truth is that I feel like all of this dissent that was in there very deeply was just covered very well. And then when Gorbachev decided to give everybody free speech and sort of freedom, that's when shit popped off. Also, Russians heavily associate Gorbachev with what followed after him. Like I said, the 90s were a very...
Are you gonna give any citations for any of this? Like I won't say that there were no ethnic tensions in the USSR, but it all goes back to the fact that throughout the USSR's history, there was pretty much, besides the deportations, which were, you know, after that, there were no real ethnic conflicts. There was no state-mandated or non-state mandated ethnic conflicts that caused any trouble. Even if you say it was all under the surface, it was brewing, it was like under the surface, which, sure, maybe, even though there were a lot of efforts made to reduce ethnic tensions, there was not enough done in some ways. There could have been more done, but what was I gonna say? Oh, I just completely fucking blanked out. Oh, there's gonna be more done. I need coffee, man. But like, okay, yeah. Here's my point. It was all brewing on the surface. Okay, guess what? It never happened. You know? There was never any ethnic tensions until Gorbachev let the surface come off. So. Sorry. But yeah, there was no ethnic tensions until, you know, Gorbachev lifted the fucking lid or whatever. So you can say it was under the surface and not solved per se. That doesn't change the fact that the USSR still prevented these things from actually going over the surface and exploding. And of course, when you have this precipitous decline in living standards and shit, along with the free speech, you know, opening up fascists to have free speech, when you combine that with the precipitous decline in living standards, yeah, you're going to have ethnic conflict type stuff. In Estonia, the Russification started when Brezhnev came to power. Yeah. Yeah, I won't say there wasn't, like, Russification, you know, to some extent. But, like... Holy shit, an Estonian communist. You know, that's, like... After, like, a Polish communist, that might be the most rare type, a Baltic communist.
Very tough time in Russia. You had the Chechen wars, you had an insane crime rates, and the country was pretty much controlled by gangs, still is kind of. The poverty was insane, and the corruption got crazy too, because Yeltsin was one corrupt motherfucker. And Russians look at the first decade of Russia's existence as a separate country, which was not good. It had free speech, it was very free, but the life was just not good. And Russians just look at that Yeltsin
Russification happened here in Kyrgyzstan as well during Brezhnev. Huh. It's cool to see how many people are from former Soviet states in this chat. That's cool.
period as an extension of the Gorbachev period, because if Gorbachev did not destroy the Soviet Union, then there would be no Yeltsin, there would be no 90s, you know? Which also I think is kind of unfair. I think it's unfair to put all of Yeltsin's sins on Gorbachev. However, like I said, I do kind of get where they're coming from, and I want to dive into this a little bit more. I think this all pretty much comes down to the debates of what is better, like freedom or comfort. Because here's the thing, I feel like Gorbachev...
It got so bad that in 1981 it was made that Russian would be the primary language and Estonian second. Wow. I know that there's like so much anti-Soviet propaganda, probably in the Baltics and all those states, but if that's true, I believe you. If that's true, that's not good at all. Yeah, that'll definitely make people really not like you.
represented freedom, not comfort, for a lot of people, and a Soviet person doesn't need freedom because he doesn't know how to use it, because he's never had it. A Soviet person, I feel like, was taught to live by a very simple principle. The government covers everything and makes sure that you have a comfortable life. You have your free education, you have your free hospitals, you have your job, you have your free apartment that you have to wait 20 years for, but still. But Gorbachev, I feel like, was kind of ahead of his time. He gave the people something that they didn't really want. He gave them freedom, which they didn't know what to do with, and giving them freedom took away their comforts, their comfortable, careless life in the times of Brezhnev that they talk about. And then the freedom that he gave to the people backfired and also created a whole new decade of the 90s. Let's take only
What? Oh my god, man. What? This is the liberal mind, dude. They had freedom. They didn't have freedom, but then Gorbachev gave them freedom. And then oh my god. That's incredible. I gotta watch that again.
Everything and makes sure that you have a comfortable life. You have your free education, you have your free hospital. I feel like was kind of ahead of his time. He gave the people something that they didn't really want. He gave them freedom, which they didn't know what to do with, and giving them freedom took away their comforts, their comfortable, careless life in the times of Brezhnev that they talk about. And then the freedom...
What? Bro, this guy has 1 million subscribers, bro. Oh. I put so much work into my fucking scripts trying to do everything perfectly, and this guy just straight up just said freedom took away their comforts and they didn't know what to do with freedom. What?
Their comforts, their comfortable, careless life in the times of Brezhnev that they talk about. And then the freedom that he gave to the people backfired and also created a whole new decade of the 90s. Let's take only Russia, right? In a separate, independent Russia.
The freedom that he gave to the people backfired. I mean, if he's talking about the freedom of, you know, ultra-nationalists to foment ethnic divisions to advance their own causes against destroying a socialist state, then, yeah, yeah. I mean, sure.
Which had a lot of freedom but no comfort, and people didn't like it at all. And this is, I feel like, where Putin's success as a leader today...
Is he going to talk about why the USSR had no freedom or comforts? Is he going to talk about the neoliberalization, the looting by billionaires, of, you know, of like the entire country, just buying all of these former state-owned enterprises? Is he going to talk about any of that? Is he going to talk about how the U.S. heavily participated in that, like with Bill Clinton and stuff? Heavily, like, you know, promoted all of that stuff, all of the looting of the country? Is he going to talk about any of that?
and his popularity lies in. Because Putin was sort of a reaction to all of that. He brought back the comforts for a while and he took away the freedom. From 2004 till like 2013, I think, life in Russia was good. It was already not very free. Freer than it is now, but still. People's wealth and quality of life has been increasing a lot. The ruble was very strong, the relations with the world were pretty good, people traveled, people bought new tech, people had comfort, and I feel like at that time the Russian government was like, there you go, you have this comfort, life is good, just don't touch politics, just don't intervene into politics. And the majority of people were like, yeah, it makes sense, I mean, what is there to complain, life is good again. But people just don't realize that if you give your freedom away for comforts, sooner or later your comfort will also get taken away from you. And this is exactly what is going on right now in Russia. And I feel like this is the fundamental divide in the Russian society that started with Gorbachev. There's people who like freedom and there's people who prefer comforts. Here's a really good excerpt from an interview with a Russian rapper that I want to show you.
90-е. Как вы интерпретируете эти времена? Это было хорошо или это было плохо?
Ну, как и все времена, они такие были разные, но мне они запомнились хорошими. Была свобода, было такое временное окошко, в которое можно было почувствовать себя свободным. Может быть, люди там жили бедно, многие. Ну, а тут уже вопрос приоритетов. Как бы я сам просто жил бедно в этот период, но мне важнее свобода, вот, а многим людям важнее, ну, в общем, как бы, чтобы у них был какой-то минимум, и они...
Wow, this guy's a fucking piece of shit, this rapper. Bare minimum. People value... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, I don't have universal health care. I don't have, you know, universal housing. I don't have universal education, including postgrad. But I can call I can call Ukrainians orcs. I have the freedom to call Lenin a Jew or some shit like that. It's like, oh my god. Oh my god, it's Dud. He is such a effer. He says that Stalin and Hitler were practically the same person and that the USSR, yeah, so yeah. Typical.
Наверное, это время вспоминают с грустью, а я наоборот.
Ну, слушайте, а вам возразят, а что делать с этой свободой, если у тебя нет бабок? Которые...
Great fucking follow-up question. Good point. What is there to do with this freedom if you have no money? Very good point, my friend.
В Польшу съездить, не то что мир посмотреть, за океан слетать.
Свобода такая вещь, тут каждый решает, что с ней сделать. Но, в общем, мне кажется, если ты не знаешь, что сделать со своей свободой, значит, она тебе не нужна. Тут, мне кажется, каждый сам отвечает на этот вопрос для себя.
Yeah, he's pretty much talking about the same thing as I am. The 90s, which people, especially like Soviet boomers, look at as a time that Gorbachev...
He's agreeing with the rapper? Holy fuck! I thought he was gonna disagree with the rapper. He's agreeing with him.
Caused, which was terrible, from some people's perspective, was actually not that bad. And of course, I'm not trying to say right now that, you know, there was no reason to complain or whatever, the 90s did suck. But yeah, I feel like that is a point from which a lot of Russians are coming, especially, you know, those who lived in the Soviet Union in its golden days. And also, I feel like a lot of the older Russians just really hate Gorbachev because they feel like he took their country away. This is like kind of a meme at this point, but you probably know that Putin referred to the dissolution of the USSR as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century.
True. Based anti-imperialist Putin. No, but that's something that these people do, like Putin. They co-opt like some like anti-Western, anti-imperialist language and use it to make themselves look like, you know, progressive. But Putin doesn't care about that at all. He's just saying that.
Century, and honestly, he's kind of right, and it was that for hundreds of millions of people. Ties that existed before were cut off. Not even just like infrastructure or businesses or companies or something. Families were destroyed and cut away from each other. And I feel like from their point of view, those people who lived in the Soviet Union for their whole life, who loved their country, they saw their country and a piece of themselves be destroyed in front of their very own eyes, you know? And that's probably a lot of trauma, and I feel like the dissolution of the USSR has been a very traumatic event for every Russian that lived through that. So a lot of those who hate him choose Gorbachev as a sort of a boogeyman, like he did this, he destroyed a country.
did.
And I just don't
Yes,
think that's
he
very
did.
fair, but people always like boogeymen, I guess, and that's just human nature. Honestly,
I mean, he
feel like
objectively
Gorbachev
did.
was absolutely monumental, and a lot of people truly don't realize the absolute weight in the game that he had. Just the overall historical impact this man has had. And like I said, I do honestly feel like his heart, like his principles, his ideas, they came from a right place. He was not a man of war, he was not a man of censorship, but he was not an effective leader who has made a lot of mistakes which led to bloodshed. So yeah, my opinion of Gorbachev is honestly very conflicted, but all I can say is rest in peace, and thank you for trying. Thank you guys for watching this video, kind of a longer one this one, but I feel like there's a lot to say on this topic. If you guys did enjoy today's video, then please make
I mean, it was Gorbachev directly. The USSR wasn't just gonna spontaneously collapse. Most people polled in the USSR wanted the USSR to stay together. It was militarily forced to collapse after Yeltsin took control from Gorbachev, who was just didn't care enough. And but yeah, I mean, it was Gorbachev. He had no spine, and he was kind of dumb. There's a good book. I haven't read it, but I've heard it's good. Called Collapse, which goes into this more. So now I wanted to watch a Hakim video talking more about why the Soviet Union actually fell, because this is something I still want to learn more about the details of. But before that, I'm going to go to the restroom, so I'll be right back. Did I get permission from Hakim to watch his video? Is that a joke? At Chemical Mind, Hakim also started small, same with Second Thought. Both became big, don't give up. Thank you, Endon, I appreciate that. If you want to support me, to help me continue to grow, you can share the stream, or you can donate to the Bringing Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund. I've recently contacted some scientists who have discovered how to revive Lenin back to life. So if you want to support Lenin being revived, please donate there, and he will come back. And also it'll help me. I get 10% of that. Links don't work. Yeah, linking things is disabled by anyone, for anyone but me, I believe. But yeah, please donate to the Bringing Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund to support me and to support the revival of Lenin. This stream's probably going to be demonetized, so yeah, any support you can give me would help. You know, I don't make much doing this. I like doing it a lot, and I'd like it to be to be able to make a career out of it, but I'm not even close to that yet. But I would like to potentially get somewhere near that someday. Maybe even just a minimum wage type thing, you know. I can live in you know, pretty Spartan conditions. Sorry, I'm reading back through a lot of the comments I missed. There's another English-speaking Russian YouTuber, Sitarko, who's also socked him at best. Yeah, I saw him. I wanted to check out his stuff. It's sad to hear he's a sockdem. There's a lot of there's a lot of those channels. There's another one called Yushanka Show, which is an interesting channel. The Soviets already had freedom to go to a doctor without going bankrupt, freedom from hunger, freedom from racial, ethnic conflict, etc. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, when these people say freedom, they never define it. They just say, freedom! Vlad Vexy made a vid too on USSR. Sadly, I can't donate right now because my bank account isn't set up properly. That's alright. No need, but anything is appreciated. Alright. Come on, guys, let's get some donations for Lenin. We have to do it today, because if it happens tomorrow, it can't happen tomorrow, because it can only happen on his birthday. So if it doesn't happen today, if we don't reach the $150 goal, the scientists are going to have to wait until tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow. Next year. Anyways, let's check out this video by Hakeem. It's funny that he is doing this recreation thing because I consider my channel, I consider Hakeem to probably be the biggest inspiration for where my channel is going. And it's funny that he also does the thing I like to do, which is to revise older videos. That's something I do too. So that's just another interesting parallel.
What happened to the USSR? There's quite a bit of mythology around dissolution in the largest nation of the previous century. Every side of the spectrum has given their reasoning, with some being more believable than others. Here I hope to show the common arguments and hopefully help you reach your own conclusions. This video is a partial transcript based on the book Socialism Betrayed: Behind the Collapse of the Soviet Union by Roger Kieran and Thomas Kenny. I strongly recommend you pick the book up. It is by far the best study of the dissolution of the USSR that I've ever come across. Anyways, let's get into it. According to the book, these arguments can be broken down into 6 categories found in academic literature: supposed flaws of socialism, popular opposition, external factors, bureaucratic counter-revolution, lack of democracy and over-centralization, and the Gorbachev factor.
I mean, honestly, it really was the Gorbachev factor of all of the bureaucratic counter-revolution. I mean, also from people like Yeltsin. It was pretty much those two. And the external factors a little bit, in my opinion.
Those that support the first theory think all strands of socialism, no matter how unique, are equally doomed to fail. Usually, they bring this down to the human nature argument, as flawed an argument as it may be, and appeals to the superiority of the free market. Those that support this theory, or variations thereof, include Martin Malia, Richard Pipes, and Dmitry Volkogonov. Despite the many achievements of Soviet socialism, the system did have many flaws during the 80s. Issues with consumer goods, slow penetration of computer technology, falling productivity, differing levels of corruption, and the notorious second economy. Problems extended into the political sphere as well, where overlapping party and state functions reduced local overhead and kept political initiative at the very top. Of course, many of these problems arise from a myriad of other issues like the Cold War, the relentless economic and other warfare waged by the US against the USSR, and the heavy burden of supporting allies abroad. The point, however, is that none of these problems were large enough to cause the fall of the Soviet Union. They didn't cause crisis, let alone collapse. To quote the book, the trouble with this theory is that it views Soviet history as unfolding towards an inevitable demise because of its departures from human nature, private property, and the free market. Though these views gained ascendancy in the US during the Reagan era, few historians subscribe to historical determinism based on human nature. In addition, this theory is utterly incapable of explaining how Soviet socialism survived the collectivization of agriculture and the German invasion of World War II, only to fall apart under the seemingly far lesser challenges of the 1980s. Nothing makes this clearer than Sovietological work from the 1980s, which in full confidence considers the USSR to be a force that's here to stay. For a deeper dive, take a look at these two videos here. The second theory suggests that popular opposition to the Soviet system brought it down. Although no one explicitly holds this opinion, it's frequently cited as a major reason. They include things like intellectual dissidence, protests, the rise of nationalists, and the relative electoral success of non-communist officials in the latter era. This line of thinking isn't entirely wrong, as many Soviet economists did favor market reforms, and these opinions influenced that of Gorbachev's. Other examples include the Georgian and Azerbaijani protests, the upheaval in the Baltic republics, minor strikes, and the unopposed activity of non-communist officials in high government positions. The problem with this theory is that popular discontent came up towards the end of Gorbachev's reforms, not before. These upheavals occurred in response to Gorbachev's policies. In clearer terms, those policies caused these issues. In the final analysis, popular opposition acted as a dependent rather than an independent variable, a byproduct of Gorbachev's policies rather than their cause. This is further strengthened by the prevalent resistance of the Soviet people against dissolving the Union, as in Chapter 6 of this very book. Albert Szymanski's work too here is relevant if you're interested in further reading. According to the third theory, external factors rooted in the Cold War and the global economy caused the Soviet collapse. Extreme opinions even go as far as to say that the betrayal of Soviet socialism was due to the CIA's penetration of Soviet leadership. Now, the extent of this penetration was far worse than you may realize. According to one later report, by 1985, the CIA and FBI had developed the most impressive inventory of spies against Russia in American history.
Yeah, I didn't. That's interesting.
And had riddled the
I mean, it's not fucking surprising. That would make sense, but still interesting.
KGB and GRU, which was the military intelligence, with moles. Still, unless further revelation shows that Gorbachev or Yakovlev served as CIA agents, it stretches credibility to suppose that the CIA brought down Soviet socialism. Nonetheless, external factors, more powerful than the CIA ever could be, were most definitely at work. The intensification of the Cold War in the early 80s, followed by the World Recession in 1979 that made American Presidents Carter and Reagan increase military spending, caused the Soviet Union to do the same in return. To quote the book, Soviet society never enjoyed the luxury of internal development free of the threat of outside aggression. The cost of defending itself and aiding its allies escalated yearly and drained resources away from socially useful domestic investments. By 1980, Soviet aid to its allies cost $44 billion a year, and our spending consumed 25 to 30% of the economy. The strain of the Cold War increased.
Unlike with America, though, a lot of that was for the purposes of, you know, supporting anti-colonial resistance movements, supporting, you know, allies in defense rather than offense.
During the late Carter and early Reagan years, the doubling of military spending by the US, the Strategic Defense Initiative, which is better known as Star Wars, the aiding of anti-communists in Afghanistan, Poland, and elsewhere, driving down the price of oil and gas on the world market, which was the Soviets' main source of hard currency used for trade, as well as engaging in various forms of economic and psychological warfare. Of course, all these played a significant role, but Francis Fitzgerald provides the most persuasive refutation of the supposed decisiveness of Reagan's policies at destabilizing the USSR. He argues that no clear cause and effect relationship existed between the external factors and internal crisis. For example, he states that increased US military spending under Reagan, for Star Wars for example, and other projects, didn't increase Soviet military spending directly. Many Soviet insiders likewise rejected the idea that the arms race caused either Gorbachev's reforms or the collapse. A Soviet official in military intelligence said, the notion that Gorbachev's perestroika was started as a result of Reagan's Star Wars was concocted in the West and is completely absurd. A member of the Soviet Institute for the USA and Canada said, I am deeply convinced that neither the Strategic Defense Initiative nor the arms race in general contributed to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Regardless, all this misses the point. However great in whatever form, the external pressure coming from the United States represented less of an external threat than earlier economic sanctions, sabotage, and foreign invasion. More importantly, the external pressure did not dictate the particular shape and direction of the Soviet response. In the end, Gorbachev and similar forces' particular responses to the external pressures and internal problems provided the most decisive cause of the dissolution. Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN.
No.
A fourth theory is that the cause was a bureaucratic counter-revolution. The idea being that the bureaucracy itself became the base for a capitalist restoration, or that
I
transformed
love
itself.
that this is the most viewed part of the video. People just saw Gorbachev with pizza, or maybe they were skipping the ad.
The idea being that the bureaucracy itself became the base for a capitalist restoration, or that transformed itself into a new possessing class. This is more or less the arguments of Kotz, Weyer, Azad, amongst others, though some in this group didn't regard this new group as a class. Kotz and Weyer argue that the reform course launched by Gorbachev unleashed processes that created new coalitions that favored replacing socialism with capitalism, with Boris Yeltsin becoming the leader of the anti-socialist bloc. With the support of the party-state elite, quote-unquote, he was able to push aside two rival groups, the Gorbachev Social Reformists and the CPSU Old Guard. Essentially, the argument goes that the breakup of the USSR as a multinational federation occurred because of the specifics of the power.
Hey, Billy from TX, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Hold on, let me bring up the. Oh, why isn't your message coming up? I saw that you said I really appreciated your guide to BreadTube. Yeah, I'm happy it helps. Thank you so much for the donation. $10 closer to the bringing Lenin back to life through science fund, guys. Let's go. Let's go. 1/15 of the way there. Thank you, Billy. Billy wants to bring the USSR back to life. At the very least. No one else.
Power struggle between the Yeltsin and Gorbachev forces. Yeltsin's anti-socialists held power in Russia, while the Gorbachev social reformists held most of the Union institutions. The Yeltsin forces concluded that they could maintain power and pursue capitalist restoration only by withdrawing Russia from the Soviet Union, hence the USSR fell apart. The bureaucratic revolution from above thesis is, however, not completely convincing. Such officials were, according to the book, incapable of collective action to defend the system, and incapable of consciously hastening its demise. The top bureaucracy, if it can even be said to have enough substance to be judged an authentic social group at all, was too heterogeneous and scattered to act as a cohesive political force. Moreover, if the elite was...
Is the video going too fast, by the way? I feel like it might be going a little too fast. Maybe that's why I lost 10 viewers.
capable of conscious independent action in its own self-interest, why did it back Andropov's Marxism and Leninism in 1983, Gorbachev's revisionism in 1987, and Yeltsin's free market shock therapy in 1993? This discussion is continued in the book. Bahman Azad also supports the thesis that the bureaucratic elite fostered a counter-revolution. In his book, he offers a decent history of the accomplishments and limits of Soviet socialism, but argues that the real problems began with Khrushchev. The rapid consumption model and wage leveling adopted by the 20th Congress in 1956 sapped production incentives, created shortages, reduced economic growth, and fostered the black market and corruption. Khrushchev's ideas that the Soviet Union had begun the full-scale building of a communist society, adopted by the 21st Congress in 1959, was overly optimistic, sowed illusions, and led to further wage leveling and stagnation. The adoption by the 22nd Congress in 1961 of the idea that the Soviet state had become the state of the entire people and the CPSU a party of the entire people signaled a weakening of the party in regards to the state and a growing predominance in the party of intellectuals and bureaucrats. In short, Azad argues that the Soviet Union's problems and Gorbachev's policies were the aftershocks of the mistaken policies of the Khrushchev era. Azad treats the Gorbachev period as a footnote to Khrushchev's mistakes, a part of the hiatus of 25 years in failing to implement much-needed changes, as a direct quote. In the view of the authors who wrote the book, though, the real problem was not the bureaucracy as such, but the second economy that had corrupted sections of the party and state, fostered a petty bourgeois mentality outside as well as inside the bureaucracy, and turned some bureaucrats, along with the second economy entrepreneurs, into a base for Gorbachev's opportunism. The fifth theory argues that the Soviet Union collapsed because of a lack of democracy and an over-centralized administrative system. In essence, a similar view to the first explanation, with the difference being that instead of a critical flaw in socialism generally, it's only Soviet-style socialism which can be faulted. These types usually claim that the so-called lack of democratic institutions and over-centralization derived either from Stalin or Stalin and Lenin, depending on ideological persuasion. This view is widely held by left social democrats, Eurocommunists, the Demsoc crowd, amongst others. Historian Stephen F. Cohen and the Soviet writer Roy Medvedev also reflect this view, and so do many contemporary communist parties. This explanation is superficially attractive as it doesn't require any defense of Soviet.
Roy Medvedev haunts my dreams, man. Oh my god. The ultimate liberal historian.
Socialism. To quote the book, to blame the Soviet collapse on a lack of democracy and over-centralization thus serves as a psychological or political distancing mechanism. It is a way of asserting that the socialist ideal remains pure and untarnished in spite of what happened in the Soviet Union. It says history does not matter. The actual experience of a socialist country does not count. The only thing that matters is what we, supposed socialists or communists, say today. What happened in the Soviet Union was there and then. This is here and now. Those Soviet communists messed up, but we're different and smarter. They were too bureaucratic, undemocratic, and over-centralized, but we either knew it all along or have learned it from their mistakes. As convenient of a view as this is for those who wish to get their time on the next lecture, book promotion, or media interview, it leaves a lot to be desired as an explanation. It's unfalsifiable, has essentially zero explanatory value when applied to real events, and lacks so much precision that it cannot be either sufficiently proven nor categorically refuted to the taste of those that hold it as an opinion. To say that the Soviet Union collapsed because of a lack of democracy and over-centralization can mean only one of two things. Either the collapse occurred because the Soviet Union lacked the political and economic forms and practices familiar in Western social democratically governed countries like Sweden, i.e. a liberal democracy and a mixed economy, or it occurred because the Soviet Union failed to develop a new kind of socialist democracy and mixed economy hitherto unknown anywhere in the world. Both ideas fail as historical explanations because they rest on idealist constructs that attempt to explain history.
No worries about the message. Keep up the good work. I'll join the Patreon soon. Great channel. Thank you, Billy. Much appreciated. I put a lot of work and thought into my videos. Maybe not as much with my editing. I mean, I try with my editing, but especially with, my scripts, like it's very passionate for me that I get everything right. So I appreciate it when people, value the work I put in. Thank you.
By the degree to which it conforms or fails to conform to an ideal. Modern historians, Marxists or not, believe that historical explanations must adhere to the actual details and contradictions of history. This precludes understanding history by measuring it against some outside standard. Furthermore, this train of thinking, where the Soviet Union collapsed because it failed to follow European social democracy, have another problem to deal with. It is clear that after a certain point Gorbachev shared the same ideals as those theorists and tried to move the Soviet Union towards a liberal democracy with a mixed economy. Yet those exact moves are what led to a political and economic meltdown that has still not been overcome. This is an embarrassment that none of the lack of democracy theorists have been able to explain away. Furthermore, these theorists ignore the actual history of liberal democracy and socialist democracy. Democracy for whom and in what form, for example economic, deepens the nuance but is rarely discussed. Refer to the book for this discussion. It's long to render here, but it's very good. Regardless, there was an active effort within the USSR from the earliest period to develop ways to increase the participation and control by the workers and peasants, including broadening membership in the Communist Party and developing Soviets, trade unions, and other mass organizations. Though the process of developing democracy was far from over, the Soviet Union had developed a variety of political institutions and practices designed to provide popular participation. The Soviet practices included using newsmen and ombudsmen as well as news sources, vesting trade unions with power over workers' rights, production norms, and the disposition of social funds. Mick Costello's book is great on this topic if you're interested. Creating Soviets, production committees, community on this topic if you're interested.
Mick Costello. I've never heard of that one. Sorry, I'm gonna write that down real quick. What is up with the occasional screen blackouts? Yeah, that's just like whenever I alt-tab out of the video or whatever, it does that. I'm not sure why.
Creating Soviets, production committees, community assemblies, governing committees of living complexes, and other party and government bodies. To quote the book, though many of these populist institutions atrophied during the difficult years surrounding the Second World War, they revived in the 1950s and involved greater and greater numbers of working people. Even under Brezhnev, popular participation in government showed many signs of vitality. Writing in 1978, when the Soviet Union contained 260 million people, a group of Soviet writers gave the following figures on Soviet political activity. 16.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it with like the suppression of free speech and the suppression of ability to participate was not like you can't like in any way criticize the government, but a lot of it was built around constructive criticism. You have to be criticizing or offering things in ways that are just like that are meant to help to offer suggestions to improve, rather than just saying like, I want the USSR to be destroyed or something like that, or we should have free market capitalism. Because remember, the USSR was still surrounded by capitalist encirclement to some extent, even though it was fairly well off. compared to most socialist countries. Yeah, I mean, and you know, Gorbachev lifting those certain restrictions showed what the result would be of that. Oh, I found the rest of your message, Billy, here. Maybe you could do a rough guide to the many flavors of communism/socialism. MLs versus Maoists versus Trotskyists, Posadists, eco-socialists. I've got the gist of a lot of them, but I come across the new ones all the time. Yeah, that's actually... That's funny. I have all of these ideas that I'm always coming up with, but I never really thought about doing that. That could be definitely something I could look into, for sure. Well, one question would be, like, where do I limit it? Where do I, where's, like, the limit of what I choose to you know, conclude and not? Because there's so many. I guess maybe just, like, the most, you know, relevant today I could do. I could do just a meme video where I talk about the weird ones, like Posadism, because that's not, like, something that a lot of people... like probably follow today, but it's very, you know, dolphins and all the nuclear war and all that stuff. I could do like the weird stuff. That could be maybe a separate video, like Posadism, LaRoucheism, Bordegism.
Communists, 121 million trade union members, nearly 38 million young communists, over 2 million Soviet deputies, 35 million people who work with the deputies in the Soviet's People's Deputies, 9.5 million members of people's control bodies, and 5.5 million members of production conferences of industrial enterprises. Of course, participation in a socialist Soviet, just as participation in a bourgeois election, provides no conclusive proof of popular control, but it nonetheless represented, however imperfectly, the striving for a kind of socialist democracy. Many of the traditional Soviet political forms, the newspapers, the Soviets, and the Communist Party itself, were undermined by Gorbachev after 1985. Thus, while the majority of Soviet people remained opposed to privatization of property, the elimination of price controls, and the breakup of the Soviet Union, the traditional modes of expressing political views were evaporating. What this means is that the lack of democracy theorists could have been right, but definitely not in the way they wanted to be right. Relevant reading can be found in my book recommendations video on the topic here. The final theory is that the Soviet collapse was mainly due to Gorbachev. Unsurprisingly, almost all accounts give great weight to Gorbachev's role, with some accounts going further than others. According to the British historian Archie Brown, the dissolution of the USSR was greatly determined by a Gorbachev factor, as he called it. Mainly Gorbachev's departure from communist orthodoxy, painting him as a heroic westernizer of sorts. Jerry Hughes thinks that Gorbachev was a free marketeer. Evgeny Novikov and Patrick Bashio suggest that Gorbachev was a Gramscian Eurocommunist. Anthony D'Agostino argues that Gorbachev was a Machiavellian wanting to maintain power by any means necessary. Though the authors of this book agree with the common elements of these views, that Gorbachev's ideological deviations played a key role, they nonetheless disagree with several other elements. Accounts that overemphasize Gorbachev obscure the extent to which he was not alone but operated in a historical and social context. When he first departed from Andropov, Gorbachev represented ideas that nonetheless had precedent in the communist movement, namely in the ideas of Bukharin and Khrushchev. These ideas had some appeal in Soviet society. These included the weakening of the central power of the party and the government, the legitimizing of private property, and allowing more freedom for markets, which had potency in the 1980s because they palpably reflected the interests of a dynamic, if parasitic, sector attached to illegal private enterprise. Thus, Gorbachev was both a successor of a certain tradition and the product of his times, not just a lone factor making history. Moreover, for some writers, stressing Gorbachev leads to them seeing his actions as part of a long-standing preconceived plan. The evidence, though, seems to point towards a shallow leader who acted rashly, impulsively, and contradictorily. Though his policies eventually formed a pattern of capitulation to the petty bourgeois, liberal, and corrupt interests at home, and imperialist pressure abroad, this was not evident at the start. Opportunism was his primary guide. In the end, the story of the Soviet collapse was not the inevitable unfolding of a tragedy rooted in an impossibility of socialism, nor was it a defeat brought about by popular opposition or foreign enemies, nor was it due to Soviet socialism's failure to match up to some ideal of socialism that embodied liberal democracy in a mixed economy, nor was it primarily the story of the conscious betrayal of one man. Rather, it was the story of a triumph of a certain tendency within the revolution itself. It was a tendency first rooted in the peasant nature of the country that later showed up in a second economy, a sector that flourished because of consumer demands unsatisfied by the first economy and because of the failure of the authorities to appreciate the danger it represented and to enforce the law against it. It was a tendency that had manifested itself in Bukharin and Khrushchev before Gorbachev. It was a tendency that believed that prosperity, democracy, and its vision of socialism could come quickly and without sacrifice, without struggle, and without strong central authority. It believed in making concessions to imperialism, liberalism, private property, and the market. Some adherents of this tendency believed that they were true socialists, though they allied themselves with others whose true sympathies were with money-making and private property. Not until Gorbachev had this tendency in the revolution held full sway.
That would be another interesting video about how would Andropov have... Well, I mean, the USSR was not destined to collapse, so yes, Andropov would have prevented the collapse of the USSR. But would he have reformed it effectively enough where it became something better? You know, would he have... would his reforms have improved the USSR, fixed its issues, and the like? That might be something I'll look into, learning more about. Maybe there's a biography about Andropov or a few. No, I don't mean save it on its own. I'm not saying he saved it, but if him and his administration could set it on a better path than it ended up. I mean, I think a lot of people who would say Andropov would have done things better. But, yeah, I don't mean save it. I don't mean he would, like, establish communism, but, like, what were his... You know, but then again, I mean, that I don't really like the whole alternate history stuff too much, because it's like, it didn't happen, you know, it's over. That's not what happened. So, yeah, like the whole, that whole thing, the whole alt history, like what if kind of stuff is not something I'm a huge fan of. I saw a chart on Twitter that was a family tree of all the main communist orgs in the U.S. and it was super complicated. Yeah, there's a lot. I'm actually doing a video on the history of socialism in the U.S. And I'm doing a video on the history of socialism in the U.S. And yeah, there's a lot of different tendencies. It's really interesting history, and I think pretty much everyone should learn American socialist history, because a lot of the bullshit that's going on now in America has its roots very directly in like the 1910s, 1920s. Like you can very directly see the parallels of you know, liberals that call themselves socialists, and all the shit today has its roots in the past. So, it's interesting. I really like this chill version of the anthem in the back. Yeah. I might steal that. The secret speech destined the USSR to death. Yeah. I mean, I do think that the secret speech was like one of the most devastating things ever done by a human, pretty much. The amount of destruction that caused, the amount of division that created in the world socialist movement, the amount of splits that caused, the amount of discord and you know, just destruction caused by the secret speech was incredible. And of course, a lot of it was just straight up lies. Like it's not even like being like a defend. You know, it's not even like just being some kind of like USSR loving hack. It was like he just lied a bunch in that speech. The secret speech was not one person; it was a whole new clique. Yeah.
And been carried to its logical conclusion. Only with Gorbachev was the full mistake of this course realized, when it led not to a new kind of socialism, but to a new kind of barbarism, to quote the authors. In the case of the Soviet Union, Fidel Castro said it best: socialism did not die from natural causes, it was a suicide. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon. It really does help.
Cool. Is Khrushchev lied by Grover Furr good? I've heard it's good. I haven't read it. I might read it. I read Blood Lies by Grover Furr, and it was fucking amazing. I know Grover Furr has said like stupid weird shit, and I wouldn't take everything he says. I would take things he says with a grain of salt sometimes, but Blood Lies is very impressive. I'm actually going to releasing a video talking about some of this stuff soon. Maybe Monday. A lot of the stuff he says is taken out of context. Yeah, well, I think that thing where he's like just saying like Stalin committed no crimes or whatever is I don't think that was taken out of context. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like him saying the invasion of Poland didn't happen, he meant that Poland ceased to exist as a state, not denying that the taking of territory didn't happen. Yeah, they say Poland ceased to exist as a state because like the government like fled Poland or whatever. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I haven't really like looked into that. Does anyone have any other USSR videos? Someone mentioned, what did they mention? Vlad Vexel? Vlad Vexler. Oh no, this guy fucking sucks. Oh no, 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 no. No fucking way. Could I please shout out Delhi? Shout out to Delhi. The Vlad Vexler guy is so fucking funny. He just like he made these videos that got like 10,000 views, 10 views for like years, and then he made a video about Putin and it blew up, and then he just started making endless videos about Putin. It's a good grift. Yeah, he's just a total lib. Irrationality, you know. They have to, you know, frame it as like Putin just being a completely irrational madman. And again, he is a piece of shit, but he's not just like a completely insane person. Watch a China will collapse video. Maybe next time, but this is a USSR stream. We are honoring Lenin on his birthday. He does the same picture of Putin in so many of his thumbnails. Holy shit. Yeah, he was just making these like 5-view videos. Okay, I'm one to talk. Let's be honest. I don't get a ton of views, but like, you know what I mean. And then he made one Putin video and it blew up, and so he's just been making that since. Anyways. Here's footage from Finnish Bolshevik of Russians defending the Soviet Union. I don't know if they're just Russians, but... Look at this fucking guy just holding the flag of the USSR on top of the van. Holy shit. I love it. Oh wow, look at that. It's so fucking crazy because you would never hear about any of this. Like, there's never a word about this kind of thing. That people actually, you know, fought. He's using the flag as like a fucking baton. You never hear about any of this. When you think of collapse, you think people just kind of just like stood by as a collapse. But no, people, you know, fought for it. Oh, sorry. I was just saying, like, when you hear about the USSR, like, people, you never think that people fought for it. You never think that people actually like stood up. You know, you think it was just like, oh, it collapsed and people just kind of let it happen. But no, there was like, you know, it was like a military coup. You know, like, and people of course protested it, and fought for it. Took one of the cops' batons. Oh, let's go! Let's fucking go! Look, Gorbachev gave him freedom, man. Look at all this freedom. So free. I love how hyped you are despite knowing the final outcome. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm like cheering it on, like, yeah, let's go. It's like, oh wait, this is not happening right now. It's over. It's Jover.
Пошли отсюда все! Они здесь стоят!
Water cannon captured.
Water cannon captured.
A parliament spokesman says demonstrators have taken over that building, and others are trying to take over a television station.
I am for the power of the Soviet.
This man yells at a policeman. This country is collapsing.
These are the kind of pictures most people are used to from
Marches toward the White House, chanting, "Long live the Soviet Union."
Then, the
Hell yeah.
momentum clearly with them, the demonstrators swarm toward Russia's parliament, whose arms...
Dude. Man.
Thousands of anti-Yeltsin protesters overran riot police and are trying to take over the Moscow...
They literally had a January 6th, and like you never ever hear about that. That's like a completely forgotten thing.
Riot police have responded with tear gas and rubber bullets and are firing gunshots into the air. Several people have been injured. Stay tuned to Headline News for the latest as it happens.
Those are rubber bullets? That sounds like a machine gun, dude.
Tear gas and water cannons, nothing would stop these protesters. When they arrived at the White House, where defiant parliament members and their armed guards have been holed up for about 13 days now, police decided they had had enough, and they fired back on the protesters. We believe that some of those shots may have been blank. However, we did see at least one policeman down, and we have no exact report, no confirmation on how many people were killed and injured when shots began to be fired. We also have a report tonight that some of the troops have...
So they did actually use real bullets, I guess?
Firing blanks to disperse the crowd, but some weren't.
Defenders had a firefight with police.
Jesus.
Battleground today after Alexander Strong. Again, the protesters won.
It got much more serious. Dozens of people appear to have been injured and several killed in the fighting. The protesters now have control of parts of the net.
And there were policemen and protesters cut down.
Aide says Yeltsin can only win by shooting many Russians. What the people in this crowd want is a return to what they see as the good old days. Most of them would like to see the Soviet Union reestablished.
Gorbachev yells, "Don't act on behalf of the criminals. Soviet people are coming in."
That says we need to live the same way we did under Stalin. Outlawing Stalin was the last straw for stalwart communists.
shit.
Their beloved Soviet Union has fallen apart. Living standards have plummeted. And once Yeltsin banned the parliament, he began signing a raft of decrees trying to turn Russia into a capitalist paradise.
I want my country back.
I'll be here all the time until we win, says this man. I'm doing this for my children, says this woman. Better to stand here for a couple of weeks than live for decades on my knees.
Oh man, that lady's awesome.
Defiant stance against Russian President Boris Yeltsin.
Thousands of people chanting again and again the name of the country that now exists. This rally by the White House, where Russian parliament is sitting, has been going on since Tuesday. We shall fight for our rights. We don't need the capitalism and all these reforms. Our life is much worse than it was a couple of years ago. We are ready to be killed rather than to live under Yeltsin's rule.
Jeez, man, what happened to all of this revolutionary fervor? Like, based on these interviews, it looks like these guys were like ready to frickin' revolt. I guess they're just, I don't know. Man.
Расстреляв безоружный народ, нашей Родины нагло торгует Ленинград и Москву.
I guess they were killed or imprisoned. I don't know. And that's 76 in the 1991 referendum. That's when the USSR was like the worst off it's ever been. Like the only time it was ever nearly that worse off was like 1941 or 2 when the Nazis invaded. Like 76% of people wanted the Soviet Union to stay, while like the Soviet Union was doing very poorly, you know. Yeah, man, that's just been memory hold out of history. That's not something you ever hear about. Is there a reactionary element to some people that want the USSR back? Yes, there is. But that's overestimated, the amount of conservatives who are like, I want imperialist Soviet Russia back too, you know. Putin put a few oligarchs into prison. Was he like more of a populist back in the day? Was he like, did he frame himself as like a, you know, a right-wing populist nationalist, I guess? So he put some oligarchs in prison. Speaking of putting oligarchs in prison, we're working on our Bringing Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund. So if you want to bring Lenin back to life on his birthday, which is today, please donate to the Bringing Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund. It has to happen by the end of the day, or else it won't work. So the scientists need it by today. And then he'll put oligarchs into prison, because that's what he does best. Most fascists in Russia say they are commies. Yeah, I assume that's the thing because, you know, they see the USSR as like, you know, like, we were an empire, we owned everyone, you know. They see it in a very right-wing perspective. I mean, that's similar to fascists in general with how they will co-opt leftist ideas, you know, to gain power, you know. Like the Pat Sox. Vesnik Bury. Look at that. Yeah, well, yeah, it's all not in English. I don't know if there's English subtitles, but I can't even find it. Me as a Russian went one of those meetings, and it's just skinheads, and the people that are furthest left are Nazbols in the party. Oh my fucking god. That's so depressing. Holy shit. Ugh. Yeah, the Russian Communist Party is not doing good. That's not a good fucking place. Caleb Maupin is like, look at Russia. Like, the second largest party in Russia is the Communist Party, and then you look at the Russian Communist Party, and it's like, it's incredibly reactionary. Be right back. Gotta go to the restroom again. Oh shit, did this video get age restricted? My stream? Denki Kang? Denki Kang's cool. I like him. I don't think he really makes videos about the USSR. By the way, here's the link for tipping. That's for that goes to the Lenin, the Bringing Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund, and that is the best way, I think, to support me. I think like over 90% of that goes directly to me, or Patreon also. So if you want to support me in a way that almost everything goes to me and to the Lenin to Life Fund, then that's where to donate. Or on Patreon. Yeah, Denki Kang is a Marxist. He converted from a Marxist-Leninist to a Marxist-Leninist Maoist, and he had an interesting talk with Marxist Paul about that. And I don't think he thinks Dengism is a transitory state because he's a Maoist now, or Marxist-Leninist Maoist. But yeah, he had an interesting talk, and I need to check out Marxism, Leninism, Maoism in a lot more depth. I might watch his videos on it. Yeah, I've heard of What Is Politics, but I haven't checked them out. Do they have a USSR video? Because this is a USSR stream. He has a video called Why the Russian Revolution Failed when Rich Kids Do All the Socialism. Is he calling... I don't understand what that means. It's an hour and 30 minutes long, though. I'm not watching that on stream. I'll watch that, I guess, off stream. Re-education, the anarchist. Yeah, anarchists are not fans of Vanguard parties. Oh, I haven't seen this guy before. I'll check him out.
Hi, my name is Aaron, and this is my show, Re-Education, and today I'm going to talk just briefly about the Vanguard Party. Now, a lot of Marxist-Leninists and MLMs are probably just about to scream at this moment, but I'm going to tell you that the Vanguard Party was a horrible, horrible idea. And it would never work, and it has led to the fall of the Soviet Union. So holding on to this idea is foolish. Now let me explain why. At the very beginning of the formation of the Soviet Union, there was a lot of discussion about how they should go about achieving the revolution. The revolution being worker control of the means of production. If you're not a communist or socialist or leftist in general, these are probably brand new concepts to you. And I'll introduce them by saying, for sake of argument, let's consider that the Soviet Union wasn't a good or bad thing, but a neutral thing. And we're only specifically talking about the processes in which we used to create the Soviet Union. You have to remember that this is around 1917 to 1920s. There was no Soviet Union to speak of yet. It was all just a figment of their imagination. So the ways in which we could go about achieving such a thing were wide open. The territory was a broad field of ideas. And one of those ideas was to create something called a Vanguard Party. The idea of a Vanguard Party is basically a small elite group of Marxist-Leninists who are able to go around convincing the agrarian population to side with their idea of socialism. And once they have sided with their idea of socialism, they would basically erect the Soviets, which is what their group was called, the Soviets, as the leadership of the proletariat, as basically a group of proletariat.
Thank you, Southpaw. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Much appreciated. $15. We're 10% of the way to the Bring Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund. Let's fucking go. I love it. Oh, that took... that. Alright, let me go back a little bit. I was going to say something.
Socialism. And once they have sided with their idea of socialism, they would basically erect the Soviets, which is what their group was called, the Soviets, as the leadership of the proletariat, as basically a group of proletariat being elevated to the position of leadership, which in those days was looked at by anarchists as being nothing more than, well, basically what it is, a transfer of power from one elite group to another. That's all.
I mean, the thing is that the reason that these people have any power at all, like Lenin, you know, the reason Lenin became the general secretary and had the most power he knew what he was doing. First of all, he wrote all the fucking theory. He wrote all this fantastic theory. He was a theorist. He knew what he was doing. He was elected as the leader of the Bolsheviks, and it's just like I'm trying to be generous and think about, like, does Lenin just like say like, all right, I'm out? You know, like the revolution happens and Lenin's just like, all right, I'm out. You guys got this. Do it all on your own. I won't do anything. Or do you want to have someone like Lenin, who knew what he was talking about, in a position of influence and power? You know. And also, it's like, the whole idea of the Vanguard, too, is it's like, anarchists have their own vanguard. The idea of the vanguard is just the people who are the educators, or the people who are raising class consciousness, or the people who are most aware of socialism and who want to spread socialism to other people. They don't necessarily have to become in charge. They don't necessarily have to become leaders. But I don't know, man. It's like, does Lenin and everyone else who helped cause the Russian Revolution, because Lenin was like, I don't believe in great man theory, but Lenin very directly was like played a very serious role in the Russian Revolution. Read October by China Mieville. It was like Lenin was like the person who was like, we are going to have a revolution, and so I don't know. I mean, I don't completely disagree with the idea that, yes, like, Lenin did become the elite, but what was he an elite of? Did he live in complete luxury and, like, you know, he wasn't an elite like fucking Tsar Nicholas was. He was elite in that he had the most power, but he wasn't some billionaire or millionaire. I think he owned a bunch of cars or some shit, but he wasn't, like, you know, super well off. Here. Like, like, you know, Stalin, for his many faults, was not like a billionaire or a millionaire. He lived in, you know, he never wanted for anything. If he wanted something, you know, a special cigar or something, he could ask for it. But I think he lived in an apartment with Molotov. You know, he lived like in like a shared apartment with Molotov. He had no possessions when he died, besides like the clothes off his back. Yes, he was an elite in that he had the most power, but he was an elite in that he had the most power, but he wasn't like some rich dude. So is it that bad that he had the most power? You know, like, I don't know. I can donate. Yes, please do. Please do. Lenin must be brought back. Hold on, I'm looking for the fucking link again. Here's the link. How much goes to the scientists? 50-50. I don't know. 50-50. You think I'm doing this for free? You think I'm in it to revive Lenin for free? I'm in it I'm in all of this to become an elite. I chose to become a YouTuber of the most demonized ideology and country of all time, so I could eventually become an all-powerful elite. That's what I'm in it for, so 50-50. You think I care about reviving Lenin? No. I'm being sarcastic, by the way.
Use that to back your stuff up.
Sorry, I think I put my mic very low because there was background noise, but I hope you guys heard that. I thought that was pretty funny.
There's a way to do that, right? There's an easy way.
Give me a second. But yeah, I get 50-50. All right.
All it was. And that is all it is. Basically, when you transfer the power from one elite group to another, all you're doing is creating a situation where the king has died, long live the king, where basically the monarch had been removed to be replaced by another.
Even by the logic of say Lenin and Stalin and all of them became millionaires and changed nothing else about the rest of the USSR, there was still an incredible rise in the living standards of the USSR, of the people of the USSR, of the countless things the USSR has accomplished, which I've already gone over before, many times. You can watch my my Innovations of the USSR video. So it's like, even if Lenin became some like millionaire or something, which he didn't, okay, he became the new king, and then the living standards of the people of the USSR drastically rose. The USSR went on to assist countless anti-colonial movements, give their citizens free universal health care, universal education, universal housing, a great public transit system, all of these great benefits. So it's like, okay, like,
another monarch, and that doesn't create socialism. So when you create a totalitarian dictatorship of the proletariat, by which you are specifically referring to as the Vanguard Party, the elite group of Marxist-Leninists that were able to convince the rest of the population to vote their party in, or to basically raise their party up, when you're talking about that, you're talking about a system that inherently breeds not communism, but state capitalism. State capitalism doesn't go away. It just perpetuates more state capitalism. The idea in Marxism-Leninism is that eventually, once you create a socialist state, that things like money and hierarchies would just wither away and disappear. But clearly, that isn't what happened, or whatever could happen, because when you create a dictatorship, all you've done is create a dictatorship. You haven't created anything else. And you even see that with China today. China today didn't turn into a communist country. China today went from a state capitalist country to a regular capitalist country. It's capitalism classic. And their economy is not doing well because of it. It just seen the largest crash that it's ever seen in the past, I think, 70 years? That isn't to say that every
That hasn't aged well. I mean, China is about to overtake the U.S. as the most powerful economy, or it already has. And also, at a bare minimum, China is state capitalist because there's extensive state interference in the economy. There's the Communist Party is directly like involved in like every single state, in every single capitalist enterprise. So I don't even know what he's talking about there. I don't know what he's talking about.
Part of Marxism, Leninism is incorrect. It's not. But the idea of a vanguard party is a horrible, horrible idea. When you create
How goes the stream? Just got in. Hey, Demon. Oh, sorry. I just fucking blanked out. It's going well. We've just been doing a USSR stream. And it's been fun. Celebrating Lenin's birthday. We're working on the Bringing Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund. I've got in touch with some scientists who are working on bringing Lenin back to life. They can only do it on his anniversary. They take a scythe and drive it into his heart on the day he died, on the very time he died, and they drive it into his heart, and then he comes back to life. So, well, no, they take the scythe and then they take the hammer, and then they hit the hammer onto the scythe, so it goes in all the way, and then Lenin arises. So, yes, please donate to the Bringing Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund if you want to bring Lenin back to life.
a situation where your ideals are tied to a man, your ideals will die with that man if he dies. But if you create a system where your ideals are standing on their own, they can never be defeated. That's why pinning your ideals all onto one man like Stalin or onto a small group of individuals like the Vanguard Party is foolish. It's completely foolish, and it's exactly what's got us into this problem in the first place. Dictatorships only ever produce dictatorships. They never can produce anything else. So then what could possibly be an alternative? Like I said before, I'm not about the problems. I'm about, say it with me, the solutions. So a solution would be, like I said before, a mass line, preferably a decentralized mass line, as I believe that is the best method that we have to be able to subvert capitalism by using itself.
The classic anarchist thing of taking something and then renaming it and saying it's a different thing. Instead of a Vanguard Party, it's a mass line. So it's a Vanguard Party, I assume is what you mean. We don't have prisons. We have detention centers. We don't have a government. We have a council. We have a workers' council. We have a coalition of people who help maintain the functions of society. We don't have an army. We have a workers' militia. We don't have police, we have workers' guards.
Against itself. Okay, now if you want a little bit more in depth into this, please check out my video up here. And yeah, hopefully that'll give you a little bit more information. I believe that a Trojan horse strategy, whereas we subvert capitalism from the inside, is the best course of action. Whereas I believe a Vanguard Party creates nothing but more dictatorships. So, all right, that's all I have to say for today.
I think re-education means well. I don't think he is, actively malicious. But obviously, I disagree. I guess he's maybe not doing videos anymore, at least not lately. Mass line is one of the 5 core principles of the Vanguard Party, according to Mao Zedong. Yeah. Ah, man. I don't know, man. I think the mass line's literally just the Vanguard Party. We don't have wars, we have special military operations, yeah. What other funny ones are there? Oh my god. Well, what did they call the Elon Musk the Elon Musk rocket exploding? What did they call the Elon Musk rocket exploding? Oh, a rapid unscheduled disassembly. We don't have our cars explode. We just have a rapid unscheduled disassembly. Our anarchist state didn't our anarchist state didn't collapse. It just had a rapid unscheduled disassembly. Oh my god. Sorry, anarchists. I apologize. Oh. Any other USSR videos? I had a list of them. I'm trying to find them. I found this funny, this interesting YouTube channel. I think of this guy, I think he's like, who's made a micronation, like a Soviet micronation or something. I don't know.
Greetings, fellow Stravanskans and allies of our nation. Yesterday, May 8th, 2022, the Pochovan Socialist Republic, their ELM allies, and the Stravanska itself were suddenly and deliberately attacked by the Holy Apponian Empire. I know that many of you, including myself, had hoped for everlasting peace in Stravanska following the recent conflict with Abyssinia. However, an attack by a foreign power on Stravanskan soil is unacceptable. Today, Stravanska joins the fight with the Pochovan Socialist Republic and all of our allies to liberate our fallen territories.
Yeah, anyways, I don't have much to say. I guess there's just a bunch of fake mini republics. Good for them, though. Good for them. I guess they're just, what are all these channels and the replies? I guess they're allies to the Stravanskan Soviet Republic. the quote genocide in Xinjiang, China. Is re-education like is he actually saying that there isn't a genocide of the Uyghurs? I mean, good for him, because there kind of isn't, but I mean, there were, you know, detentions and torture, which is not good, but obviously it was greatly exaggerated as for propaganda purposes. Oh shit, is that gonna get me fucking... Oh. I'm gonna skip the music part just in case.
На посту президента СССР.
Я, тем не менее, не хотел ни в одном, ни в другом случае, чтобы мы не схлопотали гражданскую войну. А все было на мази. Представляете, если бы раскол и борьба за власть в стране такой, как наша, перенасыщенной оружием, включая и ядерное, это значит, что Горбачев для того, чтобы удержаться у власти, пошел на вот это все.
So many people were killed, you dumbass. So many people were killed by the USSR collapsing. He's talking about how basically he just he let Yeltsin take over without fighting back or whatever. First of all, you never really cared that much about the Soviet Union in the first place. Maybe you did, but you were an idiot. And secondly, the USSR so many people died as a result of you letting the USSR collapse. So many people, so much misery, so much suffering, both in the USSR and abroad. That is why you don't do the bullshit about oh, well, I don't want, violence or anything. Oh my god. Oh.
Ей бы сколько угробили, разрушений, все. Нет, это не могу допустить. И моя победа состоит в том, что я покинул власть.
No, dude.
Специальная установка для всей прессы. Вам тоже должна быть установка. Точно. Я знаю, на Запада добиться того, чтобы скомпрометировать Путина и устранить его. 86% Путина поддерживают. Скоро будет 120%. Он все знает. Но каждый хочет еще по-своему. Лелави.
That was kind of a nothing interview, but whatever. I have no time for you Uyghur whataboutery when there's an actual genocide of trans people happening. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. That's not... That, yeah. Things are not going well in that front. Oh my god, he did an interview with Radio Free Liberty.
Mikhail
Jesus fucking
Gorbachev
Christ.
appears in the 2020 document Gorbachev Heaven as frail but spirited.
Надо нам суметь создать фильм. Я почему-то верю, что такое произведение должно быть, и мы не должны его испортить. А время показывает, что мы на исходе силы.
At one point, sitting at his residence outside Moscow, he sings a song that his mother sang. It's an intimate memory from the last Soviet leader, who as he now turns 90, can look back on a life and political career that changed the course of world history. When Soviet leader Konstantin Chernenko died aged 73 in 1985, it was the third death of a party general secretary in 3 years. Gorbachev, aged 54, became the new leader. After years,
Dude, look at all the old ass fossils next to him. My god. You really do need like you really do need some kind of term limit, like, for some people. Or they need to pass like a you know, do you have dementia or not, sort of some kind of test. Like, everyone next to him is so freaking old.
new leader. After years of stagnation, Gorbachev offered a fresh new style. He was shown talking to ordinary people and was often accompanied by his glamorous wife Raisa at public engagements. His New Year's address in 1986 also heralded a new approach to global politics.
Сейчас в гонке вооружений каждый новый шаг увеличивает опасность и риск для той и другой стороны, для всего человечества.
At this time, Soviet forces were fighting a drawn-out, bloody war in Afghanistan. Gorbachev quickly announced a reduction in troop numbers there. At home, he announced his landmark policies of glasnost and perestroika, openness and restructuring, aiming to relax censorship and reform his country's ailing, centrally planned economy. By October 1986, nuclear disarmament talks with the United States led to a historic summit with US President Ronald Reagan in Reykjavik, Iceland. The two leaders had 11 hours of talks over the course of a weekend and came close to a deal on sweeping cuts in nuclear weapons. When the talks broke down, Gorbachev told Reagan a historic chance had been missed. But the following year, the breakthrough came in Washington.
We have listened to the wisdom in an old Russian maxim, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. Mr. General Secretary, though my pronunciation may give you difficulty, the maxim is doviai no proviai, trust but verify.
Назначение этого...
На каждой встрече вы это повторяете.
You repeat that at every meeting.
Historians have called this the beginning of the end of the Cold War. But Gorbachev's policies...
Bruh, dude, this video is treating all of this like it's just this funny little cute thing, as if this just wasn't this like such a disaster. I feel like Radio Free Europe is so compromised in a way that just like everyone knows that people like, I mean, no, some of their videos get good views actually. Oh my god, if you guys haven't seen the Finnish Bolshevik video, What If Stalin Never Came to Power? Reacting to Alt History Hub, it is so funny. Oh my god.
Lenin was a state capitalist, that Lenin didn't support socialism, but state capitalism.
Which probably will come out sometime next week. Hello comrades. In this video I wanted to talk about a particularly popular anarchist argument, and this is going to be my last anarchism related video before my response to the libertarian socialist rants, which probably will come out sometime next week. One of the most common arguments that anarchists like to use is that the Soviet Union and that the other Marxist countries, they didn't achieve stateless communism, therefore they're wrong. Therefore Marxism has failed, and that's why people need to become anarchists. Now, of course, this entire argument is based on shifting the burden of proof. It only makes sense to say that Marxism has supposedly failed because it hasn't reached stateless communism, if we assume that anarchism itself has achieved it, which it hasn't. As I've talked about in the previous two videos, the Magnavist Ukraine video and the CNCFA video that I made, anarchists claim they have reached statelessness, and that therefore anyone else should also be able to do it. But of course it's not true. They haven't reached statelessness themselves. So this argument kind of falls apart already. But I think it is a valid question to ask why the Soviet Union and Marxist countries in general didn't achieve stateless communism or full communism. Why not? The answer is fairly simple, but somehow it seems to be, I don't know, too much for anarchists to be able to grasp. Basically, if we look at the different components of what a state is, such as the most obvious sort of oppressive mechanisms and monopoly on violence, such as the police force, intelligence service, and the military. Well, why did the Soviet Union still have its military? I mean, when you ask that question, it becomes fairly obvious why. Because it was during the Cold War, they were in basically constant arms race and preparation for war against the West, and they were fighting continuous proxy wars all over the world. Basically, they were in constant military conflict. Not to mention that before that, Germany of course invaded the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union was only able to
Yeah, I mean, every the things that he's saying is pretty basically obvious, but it's like, it doesn't matter how many times you say all this stuff, people just don't listen. They don't listen, some people.
Defeat Germany because it had a strong military. Before that, the Soviet Union had a war with Finland, which was a hostile right-wing White Guard government, as well as with Poland, which was a hostile right-wing fascist government, as well as with Japan. Japan invaded in 1938, and Japan was of course an ally of Nazi Germany. And way before that even, the Soviet Union had to fight against the so-called Allied intervention, which was when 14 capitalist countries invaded Russia in 1918 to 1920, basically the Russian Civil War. So it's kind of a stupid question to ask, why did they still have the military? Well, because they were at constant war, trying to defend themselves. Well, why did they still have the police? Why did they still have the secret service or the...
That's something they never talk about either when you hear about the Russian Civil War, is that all of these other capitalist countries also sent troops and supplies and that kind of thing to help the whites, and yet still the communists managed to win.
The intelligence service, whatever, same basic reason. There was constantly internal enemies trying to overthrow them, capitalist infiltration, capitalist spies. It's like when people wonder why did East Germany focus so much on espionage and stuff like that, and counter-espionage. Well, I mean, because Berlin at the time was considered literally the espionage capital of the world. I did not invent that term. Historians invented the term. Espionage capital of the world. And you know, it's fairly obvious why that is. I mean, Berlin was inside the Western controlled area, but it was still, Berlin itself was still controlled by East Germany. So, you know, that makes it a very vulnerable target. But enough of that. I mean, you should be able to understand by now why the Soviet Union still had its military, like a standing army, and why did it have the police and all these things. Then there's of course the economic aspect to it as well. Again, I recommend that you go watch my video on the withering away of the state. But basically, the state doesn't wither away, and you can't really get rid of certain aspects of the state until you are basically economically developed enough. There's certain functions the state needs to perform.
Find a Haas video to laugh at? I mean, yeah, I don't want to draw the ire of his freakish fans, but if he has a dumb video talking about the USSR in like reactionary terms. That would be interesting. Oh God. No, these are all like hour, 2 hour, 3 hour long streams. No way. No fucking way am I gonna subject myself to that.
And until you are basically at a stage where those are not necessary anymore, then you can get rid of the state. You know, usually when people talk about the state, they focus on the violent aspects, or like, you know, things like the police force and the military. But you know, there's some other things. Like there's a reason why state bureaucracy and state officials and state administrative functions, why those exist. It's because those things need to be done. And you know, in statelessness, those things need to be replaced with something. Basically, look at it this way: in the Marxist view, you can get to full communism, full stateless communism, in the economic sense, when there's no scarcity of resources, basically. And that is how you get rid of money. People in full communism, people wouldn't be paid money. Instead, they would work for free, but they would also get what they need from the store, just like free. They could go there and get what they want. Now that requires two things. It requires that people will understand that they need to behave differently in this new system. They can't just go to the store and just take tons of stuff they don't need and then hoard it. They can't like take a new car each day and just crash it. Second of all, it also requires that we are at a good enough economic situation, and that we are basically able to produce a lot of stuff, produce so much that there's enough for everyone, even without rationing. Of course, in the transition period to this system, there would still be some kind of rationing, and if the system at first didn't work, then we would have to revert back to rationing. But you know, in the end, it should work without any kind of rationing. People would realize that, you know, there's no point in taking stuff that they don't need and then hoarding it, because what would they do with it? They can't sell it, nobody would buy it, because you can get it for free from the store anyway, so what's the point? So people would learn to live in a new way, but basically that kind of thing is not possible if you're still in pretty extreme scarcity, if there's still barely enough food for people, like in the Spanish Civil War, if there's still noticeable social inequality, if you try to basically stamp out the use of money, but instead of replacing it with post-scarcity and an economy based on post-scarcity, if you instead try to replace it with basically with this system of harsh rationing, which is pretty interesting because that's what anarchists want to do, but it's actually pretty authoritarian. It won't work. You can replace money with post-scarcity. It works naturally. If there's post-scarcity, then the use of money will wither away, because there's no need to use money anymore. There's no point in using money anymore. And that is what the withering away of the state is all about. It will wither away because it becomes totally, you know, superfluous, totally pointless and useless. But if there's still use for money, and you just try to like legislate a ban on money, you just ban money, it won't get rid of money, it just makes money illegal. People are still going to use money. They're going to use black market currency. Not to mention that, of course, the anarchists, they didn't even really get rid of money. They kind of half-assedly got rid of money. They got rid of actual money in some of their localities, not all of them. But even in the places where they got rid of it, they replaced it with...
I'm talking about this in a video, but like, I would be interested to see, you know, like, if there was like a revolution, like, the anarchists that participate in the revolution, you like take an area of the new state or whatever, and you give it to them. And so you have the Marxist, Leninist or whatever state, and then you have like an anarchist state, or I guess not an anarchist state, anarchist territory or whatever, and just let the anarchists live their lives, and you know, see how it goes. And you know, if they pull it off, if they survive, then cool, and if not, it's like, well there you go. But yeah, I'm working on a video talking about that more.
Labor vouchers, which are pretty much just money. It's just a more worthless kind of money. You know, labor vouchers are still a currency, but they're just a weaker currency. You know, labor vouchers, you could only use labor vouchers for certain things, and you could only theoretically earn labor vouchers by working. That's why they're called labor vouchers, like you perform labor and then you earn them. But what is to stop people from trading labor vouchers in the black market, or simply using another currency like US dollars or European euros or whatever the closest big currency would be. Like if this were to take place in Ukraine, they would probably use rubles. So to basically recap, the Soviet Union didn't reach stateless communism because it didn't defeat its enemies. It was basically in a massive arms race with the entire capitalist world, preparing for a war with the capitalist world, and trying to defend itself from the capitalist world. So it's kind of crazy to think that they should just disarm themselves. And it's also very naive to think that they could defend themselves using purely anarchistic methods, especially since the anarchists themselves have never been able to do such a thing. And the Soviet Union didn't get rid of money or other such things and didn't reach full stateless communism economically because they basically had to spend so much of their money on other things like weapons and competing with the capitalists. I mean, the revisionist Soviet Union, of course, they made economic mistakes in other regards, but even had they followed a correct political line economically, they still wouldn't have reached stateless communism at that stage. Maybe they would have been more closer to it economically, but there was still the military aspect to it, which pretty much prevented them from reaching statelessness until they had defeated capitalism. So really, the short answer to the question, why didn't the Soviet Union reach statelessness, is because they didn't defeat capitalism on a world scale, because the tide of revolution kind of turned in the 60s. Until pretty much the late 60s, the Soviet Union was growing. It was growing economically at a massive rate. It was gaining ground, defeating the capitalist world, one battle at a time. But after that, because of the revisionist policy, revisionist foreign policy, they...
Okay, that's cool, but I found something that might be interesting. TED Ed, History versus Vladimir Lenin.
He was one of the most influential figures of the 20th century, forever changing the course of one of the world's largest countries. But was he a hero who toppled an oppressive tyranny? Or a villain who replaced it with another? It's time to put Lenin on the stand in History versus Lenin.
Order. Now, wasn't it your fault that the band broke up?
Your Honor, this is Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, aka Lenin, the rabble-rouser who helped overthrow the Russian Tsar Nicholas II in 1917 and founded the Soviet Union, one of the worst dictatorships of the 20th century.
Oh.
The Tsar was a bloody tyrant under whom the masses toiled in slavery. This is rubbish. Serfdom had already been abolished in 1861
and replaced by something worse. The factory bosses treated the people far worse than their former feudal landlords. And unlike the landlords, they were always there. Russian workers toiled for 11 hours a day and were the lowest paid in all of Europe.
But Tsar Nicholas made laws to protect the workers.
He reluctantly did the bare minimum to avert revolution, and even there he failed. Remember what happened in 1905 after his troops fired on peaceful petitioners?
Yes, and the Tsar ended the rebellion by introducing a constitution and an elected parliament, the Duma,
while retaining absolute power and dissolving them whenever he wanted.
And I believe that's when he also created the kulaks, which were, basically like wealthy landowners. It was like supposed to appease the populace, but it just created a new like overclass basically.
Perhaps there would have been more reforms in due time if radicals like Lenin weren't always...
Dude, this guy sucks so bad. Oh my god.
Your Honor, Lenin had seen his older brother, Alexander, executed by the previous Tsar for revolutionary activity. And even after the reforms, Nicholas continued the same...
These animations are pretty damn good.
...same mass repression and executions, as well as the unpopular involvement in World War I that cost Russia so many lives and resources. This Tsar doesn't sound like such a capital fellow.
Your Honor, maybe Nicholas II did doom himself with bad decisions, but Lenin deserves no credit for this. When the February 1917 uprisings finally forced the Tsar to abdicate, Lenin was still exiled in Switzerland.
So who came to power? The Duma formed a provisional government led by Alexander Kerensky, an incompetent bourgeois failure. He even launched another failed offensive in the war, where Russia had already lost so much, instead of ending it like the people wanted.
It was a constitutional social democratic government, the most progressive of its time, and it could have...
It was a constitutional democratic
No, I was garbage. It was a garbage government.
Succeeded eventually if Lenin hadn't returned in April, sent by the Germans to undermine the Russian war effort and instigate riots.
Such slander. The July days were a spontaneous and justified reaction against the government's failures. And Kerensky showed his true colors when he blamed Lenin and arrested and outlawed his Bolshevik party, forcing him to flee into exile again. Some democracy. It's a good thing the government collapsed under their own incompetence and greed when they tried to stage a military coup, then had to ask...
To be slightly nice to Krylenko, he could have let, oh, what was the guy? The guy he's like having a slap fight there with there. Kirillov? Oh, I forget his name. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. But he could have let that guy take over, and he did sort of stand up to the guy, to his semi-credit. And he also, I think in Kerensky's exile, he also did kind of like he refrained from criticizing the USSR. So like yeah, he was like a social democrat. But yeah, not a socialist. Kornilov, yes, thank you.
The Bolsheviks for help when it backfired. After that, all Lenin had to do was return in October and take charge. The government was peacefully overthrown overnight. But what the Bolsheviks did after gaining power wasn't very peaceful. How many people did they execute without trial? And was it really necessary to murder the Tsar's entire family, even the children? Russia was being attacked by foreign imperialists, trying to restore the Tsar. Any royal heir that was rescued would be recognized as a ruler by foreign governments. It would have been the end of everything the people had fought so hard to achieve. Besides, Lenin may not have given the order. But it was not only imperialists that the Bolsheviks killed. What about the purges and executions of other socialist and anarchist parties, their old allies? What about the Tambov Rebellion, where peasants resisting grain confiscation were killed with poison gas? Or sending the army to crush the workers in Kronstadt, who were demanding democratic self-management? Was this still fighting for the people? Yes, the measures were difficult, but it was a difficult time. The new government needed to secure itself while being attacked from all sides, so that the socialist order could be established.
Yeah, I've seen Finnish Bolsheviks' video on Kronstadt, which says a lot of, interesting things about, I mean, any counter-revolution is going to be a color revolution in that, inevitably, regardless of how just it is and how good the people involved, good intention the people are, fascists are inevitably going to try to take over that, to use it for their own gains. But I always hear Kronstadt was like, this super just, like, there was no bad intentions or anything, but, Finnish Bolsheviks video is very interesting, but I need to read more about Kronstadt. Tambov I'm not really familiar with at all.
And what good came of this socialist order? Even after the Civil War was won, there were famines, repression, and millions executed or sent to die in camps, while Lenin's successor, Stalin, established a cult of personality and absolute power. That wasn't the plan. Lenin never cared.
Wait, hold on a
what
sec.
good came of this while being who were demanding difficult, but it was a difficult time.
The new government needed to secure itself while being attacked from all sides, so that the socialist order could be established.
And what good came of this socialist order? Even after the Civil War was won, there were famines.
I mean, incredible amount of good came of it, but...
repression, and millions executed or sent to die in camps, while Lenin's successor, Stalin...
He's saying that Lenin did that? Because, no, not really.
...established a cult of personality and absolute power.
That wasn't the plan. Lenin never cared for personal gains. Even his enemies admitted that he fully believed in his cause, living modestly and working tirelessly from his student days until his too early death. He saw how power-hungry Stalin was and tried to warn the party. But it was too late.
And the decades of totalitarianism that followed after?
I mean, Stalin also lived in pretty modestly his entire life. And he many times spoke out against the cult of personality publicly and privately. I mean, could he have tried harder maybe to legislatively? But look, I have criticized Stalin many times. I will always criticize Stalin. But if you actually read, he many times would like in the Stalin Constitution of 1936, in the official history of the USSR, he would cross his name out all the time. He would when people would mention his name, he would edit it out because he edited a lot of documents. He was fairly modest in a lot of ways. He actually was not really big on the cult of personality. He made a cult of personality out of Lenin, yes, but he was far more modest. Molotov talks about this too. Although he also does say Stalin came to like it later on, but yeah.
You can call it that, but it was Lenin's efforts that changed Russia in a few decades from a backward and undeveloped monarchy full of illiterate peasants to a modern industrial superpower with one of the world's best educated populations, unprecedented opportunities for women, and some of the most important scientific advancements of the century. Life may not have been luxurious, but nearly everyone had a roof over their head and food on their plate, which few countries have achieved.
But these advances could still have happened even without Lenin and the repressive regime he established.
The oppressive regime. Shut up, bitch.
Listen, I could have been a famous rock and roll singer, but how would I have sounded?
We can never be sure how things could have unfolded if different people were in power or different decisions were made. But to avoid the mistakes of the past, we must always be willing to put historical figures on trial.
I think that was a solid video. Honestly, that made Lenin look pretty good. I feel like they put more credit on the pro USSR guy, which is good. Which is factual. What parts do you like about Stalin, and what things do you look at negatively? Well, you know, I feel like I'm a pretty standard in my perception. Just that he was way overly paranoid. He was way overly he was, you know, anti-homosexual. He was very paranoid to an extent that got many innocent people killed. He got a lot of people killed because he was very paranoid. I don't subscribe really at this point to the idea that he was actively malicious. I think he was just sometimes dumb and sometimes overly paranoid, and things could have been done better, but things could also have been done a lot worse. Watch the video on Che. I think I've already seen that one. I think I watched Finnish Bolshevik react to it or something. That was pretty good. I like the animation. Very nice animation. Dude, I could not watch this oversimplified. I am not gonna watch that, dude. No fucking way. Can't really blame Stalin for being paranoid. I mean, you can blame him for being paranoid to the extent that he was, where not only would he, you know, he didn't even just put people in prison or exile them. He would just, you know, have you executed or tortured and then executed. His time was completely different, and the pressure of establishing a system that was attacked by all sides. I'm not, I'm not contesting that. I'm just saying that, you know, someone like, I don't know. I just think he went over the top. But, you know, his paranoia was very warranted for the most part, but he was like over the top. And then even after all of that, he fucked up terribly. He purged all of these people. And then Khrushchev just came to power and just undid things. So it's like he failed. Like, he was supposed to be, if you're going to be paranoid, be like paranoid and succeed. But he was paranoid and he kind of failed. He missed on Nikita Khrushchev. And who else? not Kaganovich. Mikoyan. Mikoyan also just betrayed Stalin. So, like, he fucked up, you know? He also just turned a lot of people against him with how many people he was just executing left and right. He made a lot of enemies. What do you think of Mao? I don't know much about the Chinese Revolution. I know that Mao was really cool when he first did the revolution, and then he made a lot of mistakes as time went on. I don't know. I just read a quote a while ago about Mao, like talking about how the China needs to work with the U.S. To fight the USSR or some shit. Us Estonians hate him for two reasons: the deportations of 41 and 49, and the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Yeah. The deportations, in my opinion, are arguably the greatest failing of the USSR. At least to the extent to which they were carried out. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact thing is not really nearly as justified. I'm making a video about that. The whole idea of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, I could talk about it for hours, but I highly recommend the book. What's it called? I highly recommend the book. I'm blanking. It's by Michael Jabara Carley, and it talks about the build-up to World War II, and how it was not the USSR's fault; it was England's fault that there wasn't an alliance, and then the USSR did the non-aggression pact with Germany. Fellow Traveler made a video about it. It's pretty good. My video is probably going to be longer.
Contributions are greatly appreciated if you video. There's a common liberal narrative that exists that the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany were somehow bosom buddies leading all the way up to World War II. That Hitler and Stalin had a beautiful romance and admired each other's mustaches very much. In fact, so much so that they decided to sign a treaty by the name of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The pact was a formal agreement by both sides that neither of them would attack one another. And then you had the Soviet Axis talks of 1940, in which the Soviet Union was considered for a potential entry as a fourth Axis power during World War II. The talks included the partitioning of land and spheres of influence between the Russians, the Germans, the Italians, and the Japanese, in which the Soviets sought to secure territorial hegemony in the Baltics, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and part of Finland as well. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the Soviet Axis talks are frequently used as evidence that the Soviets and the Nazis were planning to collaborate, and that by extension, communism and fascism are two sides of the same coin, and that the only reason it didn't happen is because their plans fell through or something. Two genocidal totalitarian regimes that sought to team up with one another for world domination, and therefore communism and fascism are one and the same. Be it consciously or subconsciously, this is the narrative that they push in order to get liberalism off the hook for its far more prevalent and well-documented collaborations and associations with fascism, since with the exception of World War II, it has been the liberal governments of the world that have historically and continue to this day choose to actively support and enable far-right dictatorships abroad, while the most potent anti-fascist force that humanity has ever known has actually been the Soviet Union and communist regimes of the like. Let us talk about this narrative that the Soviets and the Nazis were planning on teaming up, as though Hitler hadn't already long premeditated his conquest of Eastern Europe as to secure plenty of territory for the new German Empire. This is the first point that I would like to bring up against the Soviet-Nazi alliance narrative. It was literally never going to happen. There are two main reasons why this is. The first reason is because the Nazis had long declared the Jewish-controlled communists to be their arch-nemesis decades prior to that, as in an interview with the American Monthly magazine in 1923, Hitler himself considered Bolshevism and communism to be his sworn enemy. Bolshevism is our greatest menace. Kill Bolshevism in Germany and you restore 70 million people to power. France owes her strength not to her armies, but to the forces of Bolshevism and dissension in our midst. The Treaty of Versailles and the Treaty of Saint-Germain are kept alive by Bolshevism in Germany. The peace treaty and Bolshevism are two heads of one monster. We must decapitate both. We want a greater Germany uniting all German tribes, but our salvation can start in the smallest corner. Even if we had
Yeah, no, do not be mixed on Pol Pot. Pol Pot is not good. He literally worked with the CIA. Like, he was not a good person at all. Also, where's that $100, bud? Lenin needs you.
only 10 acres of land and were determined to defend them with our lives. The 10 acres would become the focus of regeneration. Our workers have two souls. One is German and the other is Marxian. We must arouse the German soul. We must uproot the canker of Marxism. Marxism and Germanism are antitheses. Furthermore, when one considers the Nazi propaganda and polemics that was widely disseminated to the general German public throughout the 1930s, it's pretty clear that the Nazis didn't just want to eradicate the Jews, they also looked down upon the totality of the Slavic people, seeing them as subhuman and frequently portraying them as such in their propaganda. The purpose of this, of course, was to instill a sense of racial superiority amongst the Germans, along with providing ideological justification for the expulsion of the Slavic people from their lands in Eastern Europe so that the Nazis could make way for German settlers. The Nazis even made propaganda depicting Stalin and the Jews, along with presumably other Slavic people hanging dead from the gallows, as well as other art showcasing the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory of communists being a Jewish-controlled plot. The second reason why the Soviets and the Nazis were actually mortal enemies was because the Nazis had plans from the get-go to revamp the German Empire by conquering and emptying out Eastern Europe in a systematic, genocidal, settler-colonial speedrun named Lebensraum. Lebensraum, which...
No take-backs. No take-backs. Donate or you're banned.
Directly translates to living space in German, was the Nazi equivalent to Manifest Destiny, or their desire to transform Eastern Europe and most of Russia into one giant settler colony in a similar manner that the founding fathers of the United States sought to clear out and conquer Native American territory out west to make space for white settlers. Hitler himself frequently lauded the United States settler colonialism and racially supremacist policies as the key contributing factors for its success, and sought to carry out his own Manifest Destiny out in Central and Eastern Europe. Quote, "In North America, where the population is prevalently Teutonic, and where those elements intermingled with the inferior race only to a very small degree, we have a quality of mankind and a civilization which are different from those of Central and South America. In North America, the Teutonic element, which has kept its racial stock pure and did not mix it with any other racial stock, has come to dominate the American continent and will remain masters of it as long as that element does not fall victim to the habit of idolatrating its blood." Unquote. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf, page 229. Quote, "That the American Union was able to achieve such a threatening height is not based on the facts that millions of people formed a state there, but on the facts that many square kilometers of the most fertile soil is inhabited by millions of people of the highest racial value." Unquote. Mein Kampf, Volume 1, page 113. Quote, "Those who eat German bread do not think about the fact that it comes from granaries we conquered in the 12th century. A similar process will repeat itself in the East for a second time as in the conquest of America." Unquote. In the face of this, any alliance or neutrality pacts that were signed by the two powers leading up to World War II were never going to be sincerely upheld by the Germans. Genghis Khan has sent millions of women and children into between communism and fascism completely falls apart. After all, it's kind of impossible to have a sincere alliance with somebody who actively wants your head on a spike. On the other hand, the Soviets knew and were very well aware that the invasion was inevitable from the start. Stalin said this much in 1931. Quote, "We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this distance in 10 years. Either we do it, or we shall be crushed." Unquote. Joseph Stalin on Soviet industrialization. And so the primary motivation for Soviet collectivization and superindustrialization, aside from building socialism and elevating living standards, also include...
I told you, bro.
...the very survival of the Russian people. And it's a good thing that they did superindustrialize, as Russia was
What
the poorest
happens?
country in Europe at the time. And so, in order for them to close the economic gap with their much wealthier and far more powerful Western colonial neighbors by a wide enough margin to where they actually stood a fighting chance, they needed an economic miracle, and no version of capitalism was going to make that happen. The research shows that with respect to economic system, that the centrally planned socialist model blows the capitalist alternatives out of the water.
completely outpacing their growth rates and giving Russia the industrial base that it needed to compete with the West in modern warfare. That's right, viewer, capitalism wasn't going to cut it. So regardless of how you individually feel about Stalin, his administration was directly responsible for stopping the Nazis and saving Eastern Europe from certain genocidal slaughter.
Furthermore, there's the fact that the Soviet Union's pact with Germany was nothing unique for the time. Throughout the 1930s,
in the history of diplomacy, such a good record of rebuffs to a great power as were bestowed on the efforts of the Soviet government to secure the non-aggressor.
Yeah, anyways, it's a very good video. Yeah, he talks about how, you know, all these other things signed pacts, and how the French and the British basically just constantly obstructed and obstructed and obstructed, and yeah, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb that the USSR gets blamed for World War II and shit. It's just, ugh. Any of you guys in the Tanky Bunker Discord server? Sounds like a fucking hellish place. No, I'm not. I refuse to be. Anyone got any other suggestions?
Greetings, comrades.
It's interesting. So he does like the whole Soviet aesthetic, but it's not like, it's still not pro Russia or Soviet Union. Can I watch Hakim's Faults of the USSR? Actually, I already made a video responding to that. My mistakes of the of the USSR video responds to that right here. Here, I'll link it. Business or an entire country. Oh yeah, I guess I don't really mention the things he talks about in that video. I kind of want to check this out.
Greetings, comrades. Greetings, comrades. Have you ever wondered what are you not allowed to do in your country? Usually, a special book called The Criminal Code serves as a checklist of such things. It describes exactly what you cannot do.
Keen Faults of the USSR. I've seen this video like 3 fucking times. Military overspending, lack of economic diversity.
Not enough light industry. An issue that arose right from the start of the USSR was the divide between heavy and light industry. Heavy industry lends very well to the immediate needs of the nation as a whole.
What, my inputs on the whole topic? What do you mean, on the faults of all of the USSR? Because basically the mistakes of the USSR video is just me adding on to what Hakim already said, basically. But I guess in terms of what in this video, I mean, yeah, competing with the West, military overspending was a big part. You know, like you have nuclear weapons, right? Like you don't need like this giant military like the Soviets had. You didn't need, you know, I mean, it was good to have, you know, a lot of that to send to, you know, third world anti-colonial movements and stuff. But, you know, like in the USSR, you didn't really need that stuff because you had nuclear weapons. You know, you had these deterrents already, so you did not need a huge army. So yeah, that's a big thing.
Defending your borders is one thing. Attempting to stay in parity with the US is another. It's completely understandable, based on Soviet historical experience, why they always maintained such a large, sophisticated military. But that did eat into the Soviet Union's ability to further improve the lives of its people, and also for scientific discovery. Many of the best and brightest minds were pushed into military development with noticeable effects. An alternative, that makes sense to me, although I by no means have all the facts, would have been to remain untouchable through nuclear weapons, rather than keeping such a well-maintained standing army. Whether this is the correct course or not, this is something that will require serious study in the future. The only thing clear is that the USSR erred in this regard, if not enough democratic participation. Of course, the modern bourgeois peddled notion that there was no democracy in the former socialist experiments is blatantly false. There was democracy of a different kind, a proletarian democracy, which resulted in societies far more democratic than any Western liberal democracy. Cuba is a living example of said socialist democracy. Regardless, just because the Soviet Union or the GDR was more democratic than the US, a fact only those blind to ideology deny, does not mean that those nations were without fault. There was definitely more room for workplace democracy, as the state it was in the USSR was relatively underdeveloped and unsatisfactory for socialist expectations. The system of trade union representation was not as independent as one would hope, and there were way too many rubber stamping committees to be comfortable. Of course, all this arose from this or that necessity, but it's something we must learn to avoid in the future. On the other hand, most of the issues I currently have with Soviet political democracy have been corrected, or are in the process of being corrected, in Cuba. A great book on this topic is Cuba and Its Neighbors, Democracy in Motion by Arnold Ogg. Point number 6, restrictions on cultural expression. This is a particularly severe point. Considering the USSR, there was a strong drive at first for local cultural expression, the development of local languages, the maintenance of local traditions and religions, amongst other things. Around the mid-30s, a subtle change occurred, with local language scripts being changed to Cyrillic, for example. Not that big of a deal, but still not ideal. The biggest changes occurred during the Brezhnev era and onward. Passive Russification took place, in that there was never any repression of a particular ethnicity, but in order to climb higher in life, as well as through the dissemination of Russian culture throughout the republics, many mastered Russian instead of their native tongues, adopted Russian traditions, started naming their children Russian.
I mean, and according to someone, Endon, I think, they just straight up did allow, I mean, they enforced Russian as a first language in places like Estonia, which maybe that's fucking propaganda, because I know there's so much propaganda, but who knows, honestly. Yeah, I mean, the deportations were a huge issue. Arguably the worst in terms of just, like, the sheer unnecessary suffering they caused, probably. This is where I disagreed with Hakeem somewhat. I don't think religion should be outlawed, but there was a lot of good reasons that the Soviets wanted to, restrict religion, and it wasn't outlawed anyways. Yeah, the purges, obviously, they went too far. Yeah, limitations of economic planning in that, back then they didn't have computers to do things. You literally just had people with, like, pen and paper, which is crazy that they did as much as they did through that. But now we have computers, so that's not even a problem. Yeah, ossification of leadership. People just got, too old, too comfortable. Anyways. Like, in a modern socialist state, would you, like, restrict religion? Only if, like, I think the only thing you'd really restrict is, like, these super mega churches and these rich-ass, pastors who don't actually give a shit about God or the people or anything. But you wouldn't, like, I think you would still just allow churches to exist, but you'd make sure that these churches were not breeding grounds for, far-right you know, bullshit. Opinion of North Korea? I mean, I did a stream. I actually did a stream about North Korea, but it got taken down. I think North Korea is okay. I think it has a lot of serious issues. You know, like Judaism, like literally abandons class struggle, and you know they have this basically god emperor in their leader. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of issues with it, and there's just so much misinformation and whatever that it's hard to know what the hell's actually going on. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things go with North Korea. We'll see. There are other things I want to watch, but this is a USSR stream. But I think I might stream again tomorrow with my friend, Black Bolshevik. And either tomorrow or another time, we're going to be doing a tier list of socialist. How the fuck are you back? What the fuck? I guess the timeout didn't last. Whatever. But we're gonna be doing a tier list of socialist leaders tomorrow, potentially. Anarcho-capitalists. Debunking black shirts and reds. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know about that. I said what would happen, bro. You promised 100 to the Reviving Lenin Fund and you didn't come through. That's what happens. We've only got 20 hours to revive Lenin, guys. Please donate. Please donate if you don't want, well, not even 20, because it ends at midnight. So please donate if you want Lenin to come back to life. I can pay $100 next week. That's not gonna work. I guess if we want Lenin revived next year, maybe. Not this year. We might have to settle for that at this point. I might look at this, but I don't really want to get into this. Like, Tabrish and Demian is great. I don't know.
Alright, get ready for a long one, guys. This is another video about the Soviet Union, mostly. I know I do a lot of these, but the Soviet Union is one of the things I'm very interested in, so I tend to trend towards that, but in the near future I'm going to be branching out to a ton of other topics. So this video is in response to, I'm never going to be able to pronounce this, so this guy. His video entitled, Socialism Has Worked. And without further ado, let's just jump right into it.
We hear it mindlessly repeated time and time again that communism failed. Now, it's rarely actually thought about in detail. It's one of those buzz phrases people just throw out there. What exactly does it mean to fail? What does it mean to succeed?
Well, in this context, we're talking about economics. The goal of economics is to most efficiently allocate resources. If you have one economic system and switch to another, and the second fails to live up to the first, that is a failure. If you have one economic system and in direct comparison to another, it is much less efficient, then it is a failure. Now let's continue on, but I'm going to speed this up because this guy talks really, really slow.
One of the most important things to look for when it comes to an economy in general is the economic growth. This one economist gave this thought experiment about how necessary it is for an economy to grow. That is the question, would you rather live in 1910 as a rich man or as a middle-income person in modern times? Well, within 1910, you are going to have a severe lack of technology at your disposal and a general lack of efficiency in regards to many ways of life. This is why I think many would answer they would rather have a modest, middle-income existence in modern times, and that stresses the importance of economic growth. And the economy within the Soviet Union did grow massively. Whether anyone realizes it or not, it's kind of self-evident when you really think about it. The Soviet Union went from being a largely backwards, illiterate, agrarian nation to rivaling the United States as a world superpower. Now, had socialism not worked, had it been a complete failure, the Cold War could have never have happened. The US wouldn't have taken any type of Soviet challenge to their authority seriously whatsoever. Had socialism never worked, the Soviet Union wouldn't have been able to organize a space race in which they put the first man-made satellites, man, woman, and animal into space.
So this guy said earlier in his video, number one, you should not compare the USSR to the US. So he already failed there. And number two, he said in terms of success, you should look at the economic conditions of the people. Now he's just spouting off some random stuff and saying, well, this means it was successful. So sending someone to space means your economic system was successful? Well, that contradicts your earlier statements. Please focus on the topic at hand here.
Now, funny enough, the same people...
Oh, dude, I don't think I can watch this. This is a level of stupidity I don't think I can take.
Of the Soviets overtaking their economy, such as CIA Director Alan Dulles, who stated that if the Soviet industrial growth rate persists at 8 or 9% annum over the next decade, as is forecast, the gap between our two economies by 1970 will be dangerously narrowed unless our industrial growth rate is substantially increased from the present pace. When it comes to the USSR, it was the second fastest growing economy for its time.
First point is a complete non sequitur. I do not care what some random CIA guy thought. Next is the claim that they have the second fastest growing economy of their time. I assume he's talking about GDP. And their time, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean the entire existence of the Soviet Union? So that would be 1922 to 1991. Looking at as much data as we can get on GDP growth from 1928 to 1991, the Soviet Union was in fact not the second fastest growing economy. It was below South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Portugal, Finland, Singapore, Italy, Norway, Thailand, Spain, Jamaica, and Singapore.
It raised the production levels of industry so fast it was nicknamed the Bolshevik tempo. And what is more impressive...
I think Tavrish literally just meant for when it was first industrializing. By fastest. By that metric, yes it was. So he's just playing word games with Tavrish and taking what Tavrish said and tweaking it a little bit. Also, yeah, all those countries he mentioned were heavily state interference in the economies. This guy's a fucking libertarian. And all those countries, Japan, Finland, Taiwan, they're heavily state capitalists. So, oh God.
Is that this happened when capitalist nations were struggling with the Great Depression and various recessions.
So let's stop right here real quick, because I notice a few issues. He's touting these numbers as a success of socialism. But what's actually going on here? Well, this period was the Industrial Revolution, so obviously production is going to increase drastically. But the question is, was this socialism? And the answer to that is no. In 1924, there were about 1,000 tractors in operation in the Soviet Union. By 1934, the number had increased to over 200,000. But this technology did not come from the Soviet Union's socialist policies. It came almost entirely from the United States. Through the mid-30s, most of the tractors in the Soviet Union were of American manufacture or copied from the American designs. When copied, they were manufactured in plants designed, built, and operated under American guidance. And in some cases, Americans guided the Russians in the use of tractors. The United States played the most significant role in bringing the tractor to the Soviet Union, not socialism. As for the Industrial Revolution in its entirety, and the economic growth, this simply would have happened anyways.
If that's how you could just become the world's second largest country, then why wouldn't any country just do that? And why wouldn't you just why didn't any other country do what the Soviet Union did and just ask America for a bunch of tractors? How did they get the tractors? How did they get the money to buy the tractors?
Tsarist Russia already had rapid economic growth, and most experts say it would have been at the same point even without Stalin and the socialists. In 2013, 4 economists published a paper, Was Stalin Necessary for Russia's Economic Development?
Bro, is it that blurry, bro? No way. Oh no, that's just me. Alright. National Bureau of Economic Research. Man, this shit's boring as hell. Jesus fucking Christ. They're capitalists, man. They're fucking capitalists. Of course, this is very clearly a capitalist organization. Of course they're gonna say, you know, of course they're gonna fucking say, oh yeah, without the USSR. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. There's a reason the USSR was like the fastest growing economy of all time during collectivization and the 5-year plan. It was because of collectivization policies, heavy state interference in dekulakization, you know.
They looked at previous growth in Russia, plus comparing it to other countries, like Japan. They said, was Stalin necessary for Russia's economic development? In short, our answer is a definitive no. A Tsarist economy, even in our conservative version, assuming that it would not experience any decline in frictions, would have achieved a rather similar structure of the economy and levels of productions as Stalin's economy by 1940. The short-run costs of Stalin's policies are very significant for an economy in a peaceful period. Our comparison with Japan leads to an astonishing larger welfare cost of Stalin's policies. Latin American economist Jose Fernandez, on both his blog and his book, entitled Back in the USSR, also did some small examinations of the Tsarist economy and the Soviet Unions. He showed that Tsarist Russia would have indeed kept pace with the Soviet Union absent the revolution if it had kept its rate of growth. And just
oh, well, there you go. Some random dude showed that. Cool. Oh my god. And also, again, this is all missing the point. Where it's not about line go up. That's not what it's about. It's not about some fucking GDP bullshit. GDP isn't a measurement of the well-being of the people. Plenty of countries who have countless suffering people but have decent GDPs. So, like, that doesn't matter. What matters is how did the people live? Did they have healthcare? Did they have housing? Did they have education? Which the USSR did. So it's not about line go up.
Imagine how much it would have grown if it had switched to a free market system.
From 1928 to 1989, Soviet GDP per capita not only exceeded growth in rich countries, but exceeded growth in all other regions of the world combined.
So again, he is lying about the economic growth. There were many other countries that exceeded the Soviet Union in this time period. Not only that, but when he's talking about richer countries, of course the poorer country is going to grow faster at this point. This is common knowledge in economics.
So why didn't all of the other poor countries grow, you fucking moron? Why did all of the other... Why did Russia go from being a poor country to a hyper-rich country, but all of the other fucking poor countries are still, at that time, are still poor countries today?
Think about it like this. You have a poor man with 1 penny, and he picks up a second penny. Then you have a rich man with $1 billion and he makes another 100 million. Which one is more impressive? I mean, the poor man did double his wealth, but ultimately that's meaningless. This is just not an argument.
The improvement of living standards was most especially clear in Soviet Asia compared to the rest of Asia. It was bordering nations which it had an equal economic development with. And even Westerners, such as Jeffrey Jukes, have to admit that living standards did objectively improve.
Yes, again, through industrialization, living standards are going to improve. The question is, would capitalism have done a better job? Or would any system have done a better job?
Capitalism does not give universal health care. Capitalism does not give universal education. Capitalism does not give universal housing. Capitalism gives cheeseburger and Mountain Dew and Pizza Hut.
Almost no one argues that there were no improvements in any form of quality of life.
Caloric intake, for example, dramatically rose after collectivization of agriculture. People like to point to the problems of the 1930s famine, trying to blame it all on socialism, which is a mere correlation-causation fallacy.
This is really one of my favorite parts of the video because he just says these things back to back. He makes a correlation-causation fallacy, and then proceeds to try to call people out for a correlation-causation fallacy. Yes, it was the Soviet Union's fault that the Holodomor happened. I just made a video about that recently. This is not a correlation-causation fallacy. This is a very, very researched historical event. And it is completely the historical consensus that that is what happened. We've already established that one of the main indicators of success is that it does better than the alternatives. So let's look at these comparisons. We can draw direct comparisons because there was private agriculture in the Soviet Union in various time periods. In 1963, private agriculture made up 3% of the sown land in the Soviet Union, and it accounted for 43% of vegetables, 40% of meat, 39% of milk, and 66% of eggs.
Dude,
so
where does this ANCAP get this fucking shit, man? Where does this ANCAP find this fucking nonsense? At least he's saying shit I haven't heard before. I respect that. Something new, you know, the tractors thing. I've never heard that before. The Soviet Union bought American tractors.
In the Soviet Union in 1963 came from the tiny little bit of privatized agriculture. That means the Soviet Union's agricultural sector was completely dependent upon the private sector. Doesn't sound like the collectivization was very efficient. One Soviet scientist who had a large impact on agriculture was Lysenko, the guy who didn't believe in genetics. In fact, he had any scientist who would not renounce genetics fired.
I don't want to hear about
without kulak opposition.
A kulak under Stalin was any peasant who owned land or livestock, any peasant who sold surplus goods on the market. If you weren't starving, then you could be accused of hoarding. On January 30th,
He's basically quoting Robert Conquest there, who said the same thing. Like, a kulak was anyone who had land and an animal.
1930, the extermination of the kulaks as a class was approved. Soviet archives showed that 1,803,392 people were sent to labor camps and colonies in 1930 and 1931, with only 1,300,000 actually reaching the destination. Almost 400,000 kulaks and their relatives died in labor colonies from 1932 to 1940.
Even up till the end, the Soviets held food security on par with the US. And that is coming from an official CIA report. It states that not only was calorie consumption on par with the US, the Soviet diet was actually healthier than America.
Not this again. No, Soviet food security was not even close to being on par with the United States. Let's read the actual report instead of the one-page inaccurate summary that he cited. First off, it says this is for food supply, not actual ingestion. And actual ingestion is lower because of losses. It also says the Soviet Union has not solved the economic problem of providing a food supply that matches consumer preference. Even if we did use these exact caloric intakes, that does not mean that...
They're literally saying it! They're literally saying the Soviet Union didn't give cheeseburgers! They literally just said it right there! Holy fuck, that's incredible!
Lower because of losses. It also says the Soviet Union has not solved the economic problem of providing a food supply that matches consumer preference. Even if we did use these exact caloric
Holy fuck, that's incredible.
That does not mean that food security was on par with the US. The reason for this is the Soviet Union had a younger population that also worked harder and was in a much harsher environment. So they demanded a much higher caloric intake. To be food secure in the Soviet Union, you need a much higher caloric intake than to be food secure in the United States.
When it comes to...
They did not work harder. What? No? What? No?
Literacy. There was massive literacy campaigns aimed at education of all, and they achieved near universal literacy.
Funny how the US achieved those literacy numbers when they were at a poorer point than the Soviet Union was when they achieved them.
The number one socioeconomic problem.
Literacy numbers.
What the fuck is this study? I have no fucking clue what this is. Okay.
When they were at a poorer point than the Soviet Union was when they achieved them.
The number one socioeconomic problem of the capitalist world is unemployment, the reserve army of laborers. But in the USSR, employment was guaranteed. There was no unemployment. You had no fear of losing your job. Absolutely no economic anxieties.
Well, I would say that being in poverty is an economic anxiety, but I guess this guy disagrees. And as far as unemployment goes, he doesn't once mention forced labor, which was a major problem in the Soviet Union. On June 6, 1940, there was a decree that instated an 8-hour workday, 7-day work week, and the prohibition of voluntary departures of workers from enterprises and institutions. They also had criminal punishments for showing...
What was happening in 1940? What was happening in 1940? Tell me what was happening. What was happening in 1940, Praxben? Tell me what was happening.
up to work late, being lazy, having poor discipline. And despite having full employment, the Soviet Union had major problems with labor shortages. That's because they didn't know how to allocate labor in the right places. That's what happens when you have forced labor.
Education was free as well. There was no fear of student loans or tuition. There was no fear of being unable to afford medicine or proper healthcare.
This guy already established we can use CIA reports, so healthcare was notoriously bad. Insufficient funding, lack of qualified personnel, and shortages of supply. In 1988, a Russian physician, Dr. Friedenberg, wrote, "There is ample documentation in the Western literature of the USSR's rising infant and overall mortality rates, of the decline in spending on healthcare that by one estimate now amounts to just 2% of the gross national product, and if the..."
There was a decline in spending in healthcare, like in the 80s especially, but it's just a lie to say that the USSR had like a bad healthcare system. That's fucking insane. That's just not true. You can ask plenty of former Soviet citizens who will talk about healthcare and how it was free and how, you know, it was great in a lot of ways, and definitely a lot better than what came after the Soviet Union fell. A lot fucking better. Healthcare now in these places is a fucking disaster.
The technologic backwardness that characterizes most hospitals and clinics. To this, we would add that dissatisfaction with the poor quality and corruption of the healthcare system is widespread among both patients and physicians.
So no, the USSR did not have proper healthcare.
Now, not to mention the striving
Yes, it
within
did!
social equality.
Yes, it did! Oh my god.
Not have proper healthcare.
Now, not to mention the strivings within social equality, the massive minority and women rights within the Soviet Union and other socialist nations. Everyone was seen as an equal. Any minority or woman enjoyed the full right as everyone else.
This was one of the most insane and laughable portions of this entire video. This guy is an absolute liar. December 18th, 1963. 500 to 700 Ghanaian students protested in the Red Square against racial discrimination. This was after the murder of a Ghanaian medical student. The Ghanaian embassy received so many complaints about unprovoked assaults by Soviet citizens that it requested a formal investigation. Julie Hessler said racism was a genuine problem for the first cohorts of African students, and that their concerns about verbal harassment, unprovoked assault, and racial profiling by the police were based on everyday experience as well as word of mouth. There are reports that during these protests, Soviet students advocated for lynchings. There was also an incredible amount of racism against the Chinese. Chinese people were accused of being Japanese spies. On December 22nd, 1937, Nikolai Yezhov ordered the NKVD to arrest all Chinese, regardless of their citizenship, who are engaged in provocative activities or who have terrorist intentions. Over the next year, over 11,000 Chinese residents in the Russian Far East were exiled to other areas of the Soviet Union, such as Kazakhstan, or deported to China. In the 1930s, almost the entire Soviet population of ethnic Koreans were forcefully moved from the Russian Far East to unpopular areas of the Kazakh SSR and the Uzbek SSR. On January 13th, 1953, the Soviet government declared that 9 of the Kremlin's most prestigious doctors had murdered 2 of Stalin's closest aides and accused them of taking part in a vast plot to kill top Soviet political and military leadership, including Stalin himself. There were Jews arrested Jews were shot, and there was articles and propaganda against Jews published all over the place. Some historians have described this as a potential second Holocaust, but it was stopped by Stalin's death. Almost 500,000 Chechens...
It's really not that straightforward at all that the USSR was just gonna do a second Holocaust. Holy fucking shit, that's incredible. No, it was not. It wasn't anything close to that. And there's a lot of debate, and it's something I need to look into more as to whether or not, you know, there was going to be anything close to deportations or a camp. Personally, given the USSR's history of deportations, I would not say 100% that something like that would not have happened under Stalin. I just wouldn't say that. But it's not just like, oh yeah, Stalin died and then it didn't happen. Stalin's own daughter, who wrote poorly of Stalin and certain things, wrote about how Stalin heard about this, and he was very skeptical, and he was like, I don't think this is actually anything. Like, this doesn't seem like anything that's actually a problem or anything. So, yeah, it's really not nearly as straightforward as that. It was a case of a bunch of, like, wrecker racists, like, trying to make a thing out of, like, the Jews or whatever. Well, no, it wasn't ever even directly about the Jews. There was this word rootless cosmopolitans, and people say that means Jews, and most of the doctors that got arrested or whatever were Jews. But there's really not enough evidence to say, like, there was, like, not even just not a genocide, but just that there was even going to be any deportations at all.
And English were deported in 1944, mostly by freight train. It's estimated that 132,000 of them died in transit and exile. The USSR committed multiple ethnic cleansings, multiple mass deportations, and genocide. They were not pro-minority.
And they're also...
I mean, Tavarish could have made it more nuanced, which is the reality, which is that actually, yes, it was. The USSR granted unprecedented and incredible rights to minorities to an extent that no other country pretty much did at the time at all, like even close. So yeah, I mean, this guy is no better at all than Tavarish by just saying, like, oh yeah, it was all bad. No, it wasn't. And overall, it did a lot less harm than the US. Holy shit.
Comes this nonsense about innovation. There was no innovation in the Soviet Union. That's plainly absurd. There are numerous scientific, technological, and militaristic innovations. Sputnik.
Firstly, no one has said there was no innovation in the USSR.
People say that. People will say that there was, like, yeah, they will say things along those lines. Are we allowed to ask off-topic questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Argue that capitalism has the profit incentive, and that's useful. It's not to say there's no other incentives, but if you get rid of that one incentive, then you're going to have issues. And the Soviet...
The whole idea is the myth that, like, you know, under socialism there's no incentive to create things because then you won't be rich or whatever. And yeah, the USSR completely destroys that idea. People invented amazing things because inventors did get rewarded. That's the thing. If you, like, invented something, you wouldn't become a billionaire like Jeff Bezos, which is ridiculous, but you would get rewards, just more modest rewards.
Union clearly did, as we've already established. And secondly, I don't think it's a great innovation, a great idea to put a ball into space rather than feeding your people.
LASIK eye surgery.
LASIK did not...
Dude, no one starved in the USSR after the famine following World War II. So no one starved. So feeding the people was not a problem in the USSR. They just didn't give the people hamburgers, according to the CIA.
Come from the Soviet Union, and it did not come from socialism. LASIK, as we know it today, came from the US. Some of the techniques originated from the 50s in Colombia. Now, what I assume this guy is referring to is the work by Russian scientist, whose name I'm probably not going to pronounce correctly, Sviatoslav Fedorov. He developed radial cartonomy. Now, did this happen because of socialism, or in spite of it? Remember, we know that smart people exist everywhere, and smart people can do things for different motives. Well, this gentleman was described as the Soviet Union's first highly successful practicing capitalist, and he was a proponent of denationalization of the economy. So, either way, this is a really dumb argument to make.
LEDs.
LEDs are another thing where it's kind of debatable who actually invented them because so many different people contributed to the field. But I assume he's referring to Oleg Lazarev. He developed this independently, not with the help of the Soviet state. Once again, it was in spite of the Soviets. He developed this
independently without the help of the Soviet state. Okay, so he published 43 papers and received 16 author certificates. He received 16 patents from the USSR, so he very directly got assistance from the USSR in popularizing his products. So I don't know what he's talking about. He never went to college, never had a collaborator or research team, yet he managed to conduct original research. So yeah, he did the research on his own, but he still received patents in the USSR. So he still actually did receive support to some extent. Oh, and he died of starvation at Leningrad. That's sad. So he was invited he was invited for research at a tech institute, and he was awarded a PhD from the institute. So he was, and because everything was very directly, integrated with the state, he was supported by the Soviet state. So this guy's just wrong.
This independently, not with the help of the Soviet state. Once again, it was in spite of the Soviet state, because they did actually force him to go places he didn't want to go and to take jobs he didn't want to take. The Soviet Union was not great for scientists, as I talked about earlier with the scientists who were banned when they...
How did the Soviet Union go to space if it wasn't a decent place for scientists? I don't understand what this guy's talking about.
They refused to say genetics were fake. Oleg's work largely went unnoticed until way after his death, because the Soviet Union didn't appreciate it. The Soviet Union didn't do anything with it. He did not invent the LED for socialism. He did not invent the LED with socialism.
Nuclear icebreakers and on and on and on. And one of the most amazing things for me is the creation of the first mobile phone from...
Also, the idea of scientists, being, ignored and their discoveries being ignored is, a classic capitalist thing. Oh my god, there's so many fucking capitalist scientists who were ignored. Ignaz Semmelweis, for example. So many who have just been completely ignored for so long.
Leonid Kupryanovich, which kind of goes against that argument from the iPhone, that you critique capitalism while using something upheld by capitalism. Well, the first mobile phone was created under socialism.
This phone was a radio phone. It was pre-cellular. It was not remotely like the phones we have today, and radio phones already existed decades before. The portable radio phone concept was invented by a Finnish guy back in 1917, not by the Soviets, and phones as we know them today were developed in the US and widely distributed by the capitalist mode of production.
And even many innovations today and in the past are trying to copy this Soviet-style central planning. For example, the USA heavily used central planning in their space race.
Did this guy just argue that the concept of the government doing stuff was copied from the Soviet Union? Okay.
Which is completely ironic. They're trying to prove the superiority of capitalism by trying to copy Soviet central planning. And even today, most innovations don't even come out of the private sector, but from the public sector. A study by Brock and Keller found that 77 out of R&D's magazine's top 88 innovations had been fully funded by the US government.
Okay, how do you define innovation? How do you measure innovation? How do you see which ones are publicly funded, which ones are privately funded? What does this even mean? Okay, so he says he's citing a study here. This is not a study. It definitely does not come to the type of conclusion that he is suggesting, that most innovations come from the public sector. It just points to a certain particular list, and they said the amount of innovations that came from the public sector increased over time, and it said that our government had a growing role in funding innovation, but it never states that most innovation is funded by the government or that government innovation is better.
The list did. Why don't you go to the link?
And you can see the increase of life expectancy. The life expectancy never fell dramatically, except after the Soviet Union.
Hey guys, what constitutes a healthy society is when the life expectancy doesn't drop dramatically. What does dramatically mean? Well, look at how much it dropped while life expectancy...
Except after the Soviet Union.
Hey guys, what constitutes a healthy society is when the life expectancy doesn't drop dramatically. What does dramatically mean? Well, look at how much it dropped while my system was in place. That is not dramatic. Only if it's more than that, it's dramatic. So, yeah, if it stagnates, that's success. If it drops, that's success, as long as it doesn't drop past my certain arbitrary point.
The economy became quote-unquote stagnant. It was relatively stagnant. It still grew steadily, but not as fast because it became more developed.
Just would like to point out real quick that this guy just conceded that a more developed economy doesn't grow as fast as a developing one. Earlier in his video, he was saying that it was impressive that the Soviet Union was growing faster than developed economies. And now he's using the same counter-argument that I used to defend the...
That's not what he said. You're twisting his words. He was simply saying... He meant to say that at the time of the USSR's industrialization, it was factually an incredibly fast and impressive industrialization, and pretty much the fastest in the world. This is factual.
Soviet Union stagnation.
Because the GDPs were absolutely horrible after the Soviet Union. There's this huge dip.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the CEO of economics. The strongest economics understander. Anyways, looking at this chart of GDP, we can clearly...
Also, technically, like, let's be honest, like, post-Soviet Russia was an ANCAP's dream. There was, like, no regulations. There was, like, literally no regulations. You were allowed to do anything. You could buy anything. There was, you know, child sex slave. I mean, it was basically a complete ANCAP's dream with just how little laws there were.
Really tell that this big drop and the years it took to recover means that communism was good. Communism was the superior economic system. I mean, look at it. It's so obvious. Why would it drop this much after leaving communism? Oh wait, sorry. That's not Russia under communism. That's the fall of Nazi Germany. You see, when a country collapses, when an economic system is changed, when a regime is changed drastically, these things happen. That's completely normal. This is not proof that communism worked. In fact, look at this chart of GDP. What is this? This is the Bolshevik Revolution. This is the...
I think Tabrish is making a lot of mistakes in his video that I didn't notice, and this is another one, is that you don't rely on GDP to measure the health of an economy. GDP is not a reliable measurement of the health of the people of an economy. Inequality adjusted GDP is better, and, you know, inequality adjusted HDI, Human Development Index, is also decent, but you don't just go by GDP to measure a country. Although the problem is, you know, a lot of measurements, the only thing available is something like GDP, so you have to do that. But yeah, GDP is a ridiculous way to measure, you know, how much a country does for its people.
Rise of communism. Notice how we see the fall after the communist takeover? Yeah, so by your own logic, communism is bad and Nazism is good.
What is this fucking chart?
If we are to believe that society is about providing for its people, to provide for the greatest good, to satisfy people's needs, then we are to accept that socialism did work. There are still nations and people within them which strive to be like the Soviet Union, to reach what the Soviet Union had, and can we fault them? Now, this is only a case of socialism within the former Soviet Union, which is significant, but not the only example. A study published on PubMed, a very, very reputable, trustworthy medical journal, compared socialist and capitalist nations of equal economic development, using World Bank data, which covers 97% of the world population.
Yes, that is correct. You did just hear this guy say that PubMed is a very reputable and trustworthy journal. And yes, he did just completely make that up, because not only is it not a journal, but technically it's not trustworthy or reputable. It's essentially a search engine for health and medicine related studies or articles. They do not necessarily have to be good to appear on PubMed. Not only that, but PubMed didn't exist back when this study was published. You can tell he didn't actually read it because it literally says what journal it was published in on the study. So I've talked about this study so many times, I made a video refuting it, but I'll do a quick refutation here. This study has no actual meaningful classifications of socialist or capitalist. The capitalist countries vary drastically.
I clicked away when he was talking about whatever study this is.
Burma is labeled as a capitalist country, but at the time it was under Soviet.
I don't even know what study he's talking about.
Soviet-style central planning, and this caused Burma to go into poverty. Several Middle Eastern countries were labeled as capitalist, which is not true, and they were even under Marxist-Leninist dictatorships. Something funny is that the study distinguishes between different economic developments. On the highest scale, it is only capitalist countries. Now, what you really should do if you want to compare things is have a scale of how socialist or capitalist countries are, such as an index of economic freedom, and also be comparing the economic history. Because if a country is socialist for 30 years and then...
Dude, post-Soviet Russia would have the highest index for economic freedom of any country, like, ever. And look where that fucking got post-Soviet Russia. It's destroyed.
Turns quote-unquote capitalist for 2 years and is in economic ruin, you can't really blame that on capitalism. The study uses China as a socialist country. China at this time was beginning to liberalize, and things were improving drastically because of it. So no, this just isn't a good study by any means, and no serious economist accepts it. It wasn't even written by economists. And if you want to get into a study contest, then that's not something you're going to win. Here's a
Holy fuck. Sunglasses, pushes them up. If you want to get into a study contest, I'm afraid that's not something you're going to win. Holy fuck. It's incredible.
Review looking at over 400 studies. It was published by 2 economists. Over 2/3 of the study showed that economic freedom corresponded with good outcomes, such as faster growth, better living standards, more happiness, etc. Less than 4% of the sample found that it was associated with bad outcomes. This study looks at associations between the Human Development Index and different cultures and religions.
I mean, yeah, that's quite simple to explain. It's really not complex to explain. It's that the entirety of the world capitalist system ultimately serves to uphold capitalist hegemony. So all of the funding for this shit, all of the money that goes towards studies is going to be going towards studies that make fucking capitalism look good. Like, no shit. Like, of course the vast majority of studies out there that people can get the funding. Think tanks, I mean, this is what think tanks exist for. They exist to pump out these studies endlessly, and then Ronald Reagan or whatever piece of shit scumbag like this guy can just point to the endless studies and be like, look at all those studies that say capitalism is great.
Communism, more than anything, was significantly negatively associated with the Human Development Index. So anyways, I proved that almost every single thing this guy said was wrong, and I even left out a lot more claims I could have gone into. I know I mostly talk about the Soviet Union and tankies, so this is going to be my last video on this type of subject for a while. Definitely keep leaving me suggestions for videos in the comments, and thank you for watching.
Well, hey, you know, respect to him for throwing some different things my way I haven't heard before. Like tractors, and the CIA saying that the USSR didn't give people cheeseburgers. Holy fuck. Anyways, it's been 4 hours, and I think I'm gonna dip now. Please, last call to donate to the Bringing Lenin Back to Life Through Science Fund. If we can't reach the goal, I'm going to be communicating with the scientists and seeing if some sort of extension or some kind of compromise can be reached, but I don't know at this point. It seems that Lenin will not be revived yet, unfortunately. On his birthday, guys, on his fucking birthday. Come on, dude. Come on. Anyways. But yeah, that's about all. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys learned something. And I will see you all later. Do you have any plans to put back some of the videos you took down? What videos? I don't think I've taken down any videos. Oh, let me, one last time I'll put the tip jar here to bring Lenin back to life. There it is. Last call. While I wait for this person. Yes, I didn't take that video down. I have both of my BeardTube videos are still should be up. Shit, didn't mean to do that.
Alright, get ready for a long...
Yeah, both of those should still be up. Left wing of the left nat and my BeardTube video. They're both up. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Take care.